We are Chris and Anne Lukeman. We own CU Adventures in Time and Space. It is the escape room in Urbana, Illinois. And we've been around for about 5 years. And we're going to talk a little bit about kind of our experiences. I'm going to set up a slideshow real quick.
All right. So instead of doing like a general escape room design overview, we are going to do a deep dive into a recent project. Hopefully, seeing what we did and how we did it will be helpful for your future projects, or at least interesting to think about as you're working on your own games. The game we're going to talk about is called The Lost Temple and its current life as a digital plus print and play game.
So 2020 is terrible. Can everybody see that okay?
All right. So a lot of people ask us, like, just how bad is, the current situation, a global pandemic, for the escape room industry? And it's awful. Like, the industry is built on Disney-like in-person experiences, and you can't really do anything in person safely to the same degree. And for several months, there was the amount that you didn't want to do or see anyone in person at all. When the shutdown date in March hit, we went from 18 people on staff to no one being allowed in our 11,000 square foot building. We're paying expenses and had invested in this huge, interesting, awesome space. You could see our workshop behind us.
Now you can't. But
yeah, now you can't. And we can't really do anything that earns us money right now. So adapting to what we were going to do for that was a bit of a challenge.
So what we did was we took one of our existing games and made a version that people could play at home. It is a digital print and play hybrid. So there are pages that you print out, but you can't just play it just on those pages. You have to interface with a website where you solve puzzles, look around the digital room, input codes into locks. We were aiming for it to be a 60-minute game, but it ended up being a little bit longer. And so we figured, hey, everybody has lots of time during the pandemic at home. So It ended up being more of a 90-minute to 2-hour game. Some people split it up into multiple sessions, and it took more than that.
We had one group say they finished it, but it took them 5 hours, and they had a great time. So we'll take that as a win. And I know some friend groups liberally celebrated in front of their computers while they were playing. The digital interface was totally custom built by Barry Abrams, a collaborator of ours, who did an awesome job on it. So we did this whole thing because the shutdown of the pandemic kind of uniquely primed us to be able to do something like this. We always maintain, even our game masters, our staff of artists with a variety of skill sets. And we were lucky enough to receive the payroll protection program, one of the benefits of one of the economic benefits that came out real early in the pandemic. But the downside of this, it was at a time when we literally could not have people come into work. They had to stay home unless we were an essential business. So it's thinking about how people could stay at home and still do something that would allow us to cover our expenses of just keeping the business open.
Just bring some income in. And of course, make something that would help people kind of bring some enjoyment to everyone's time at home.
Yeah, so we were able to do like little flourishes that we would have never thought to do before. For example, Digital Lost Temple has custom voiceover for every single page in the game. It's well over 50 instances of custom voiceover and soundtrack and all these little flourishes that allow us to make a really clean, professional-looking product. Lost Temple made sense for this. We had recently retired the game. back in October. So there was no chance it was ever going to run again. We weren't stealing our market for future escape room players here in the building whenever this thing gets fully over.
And it's actually an escape room that we've had a whole bunch of totally different versions of. It's really the first escape room we opened was Office Hours, which we opened in 2005. 2015. My brain. We ran it as we wrote it as a tabletop RPG for Call of Cthulhu as a test run with puzzles, and then we opened it as our first room, and then we completely redesigned the puzzle flow, kept kind of the story and the spaces, and we renamed it Lost Temple in 2016, and then we've been running it ever since. So we had so many game elements to pull from. Puzzles we had taken out or we had developed but never finished for it. We could, reuse those or find new ways to incorporate them, and we had so much in-world media. Typewriter letters, background lore, photos, not to mention that, of course, we had the photos. We had the actual items we could take photos of just with us, so we could run in and take photos, and then Chris could Photoshop them like crazy.
Yeah, we could pop into the actual room that Lost Temple was hosted in here at CU Adventures and, do custom staging of photos, which made it so we didn't have to use like stock images and could really up the feel that you were in a real space as you're playing digitally, because we were taking photos of a real space. We also had video, sound effects that we could pull from the original game. And all the time we were committed to the design philosophy that we were providing at least an hour of new puzzles. So we were using elements from the older versions of the game, but the game itself was 100% like replayable by teams, and they would still feel like they are getting a pretty hefty escape room experience that is brand new. I also wanted to toot Anne's horn. A lot of people ask how we develop escape rooms, and Office Hours was a unique case. Anne actually ran the very, very first version of Office Hours at Gen Con in 2015. About 2 months before we started building it, she ran it as the Call of Cthulhu scenario at a Gen Con event, and it was 90% set in one room, which is weird for an RPG. And they would do things like, hey, we want to search the desk. Which drawer do you want to search? The middle one. Oh, you find these papers. And she would hand out the papers to everyone. It seemed like it was pretty great.
People really enjoyed it. It was my first time game mastering for strangers, which was a really, really fun
We
experience.
haven't tested any games like that since then, but it was a
unique
really
way
neat.
Of doing it, yeah.
So we love this game. We've loved the lore. We've lived in the lore for a long time. But for the digital game itself, we were in kind of an interesting design situation because we don't have the facility to design a video game.
Yeah, there are a lot of escape room games that you can play that are apps, that are video games, that are escape rooms in a box that use cards or other pieces. And that wasn't what we wanted to do. There's a lot of things out there that are like that.
Yeah, we didn't think we could do something, that's that far outside of our area of expertise in, a short-term time limit. Because we started working on Lost Temple end of March, this version of Lost Temple, and we launched it May 5th. Yeah. So it was basically about a month to do the whole project, which is huge considering custom software and never having done anything like this before. So this isn't an escape room video game. Like one of the reviews we hear time and time again that we really enjoy hearing from players is how well Lost Temple replicates the experience of being in an escape room without looking anything like one. We think we've captured a sense of exploration, awareness of physical space really well for using the format. And that was something we tried to be really conscious of. Like, what is fun about an escape room game? How is that translating digitally? And we just hammered that in through iteration and iteration. There are a lot of great escape room video games, from first-person VR to mobile apps where you're manipulating crazy puzzle boxes. Like the Room app has been around for a long time, and it lives up to the hype and is excellent. To ones that are more in the style of Monkey Island, where it's a side-scroller.
Point and click.
Yeah, point and click. But that isn't exactly what this is. We tried to balance the puzzles to that sense of exploration and tell a story, which a lot of escape rooms don't do very well, physical space or digitally. And this isn't really a board game. Like, it's a print and play hybrid. Players get a packet they print out, and when they find something in the game, it says, like, take out page 26 of your print and play, and now you have a physical item. But it's not a board game. It has a big packet of materials. It's similar to what the Mysterious Package Company is doing in some ways, or other puzzle mailers they put out, but we feel like it has a more guided narrative than any mailer escape room does out there.
I think it just feels more like our escape rooms than any at-home escape room, feels like a real escape room.
Yeah, we're willing to push people along a journey that we know will be fun and exciting a little more than making players have that journey in their head.
And the audience loved it. We were really, really pleasantly surprised. We got tons of really, really good reviews from escape room enthusiasts and reviewers from all over the world.
Yeah, I mean, this game's audience is super interesting. It's about the same as an escape room industry, our physical escape room audience. We get everyone from enthusiasts with over 1,000 escape rooms under their belt to people who have been too nervous about the concept of playing an escape room before the pandemic hit, let alone now. To parents that are just looking for a nice guided activity to do with kids when they were stuck home, over the summer on a weekday. That all audiences have seemed to enjoy this game. Not everybody made it all the way through. Some people quit halfway, but even those had fun and felt like they got their money's worth. We've had big families play with grandparents and little kids, work groups. We even had a Girl Scout troop do it as part of a merit badge activity, which is always fun.
And one of the really most positive things that came out of the pandemic is because escape rooms are now making things that are available online for people at home, we're no longer only targeting our local market. So we've had a lot of success globally with people who we know would never come play our games in person. We're very popular in the UK specifically, but we've had over 24 countries and almost every state in the US have somebody purchase this game.
Yeah, we've even now that we're not promoting the game, we've been getting about 10 to 15 purchases from the UK alone every week, which is super fun. And part of this is our overall kind of design philosophy. Our goal with the escape rooms before the pandemic, and especially with the digital ones, is trying to thread the needle of making games that are just as accessible and fun for first-time players as they are rewarding or challenging or at least interesting for seasoned escape room veterans. That's just what we've always tried to focus on as we design games for CU Adventures, and I think we've been able to hit it most of the time. Lost Temple ended up being a little bit more on the challenging side. Like we said, it's taken the group up to 5 hours when we designed it for like 90 minutes. But we worked that into the digital system in a way that was pretty interesting. There's an integrated hint system that's tiered to give away just enough information at once that veterans won't get the puzzle spoiled or be salty about it if a logic leap happens that they weren't expecting. But new players can just click through and see what the answer is and see how the puzzle fits together and feel like the puzzle is fair and that they can move on without getting too hung up on it. The mentality that we were trying to follow is that we would avoid relying on too many tropes of puzzle design. There's a lot of like dedicated puzzle hunts that intense puzzlers do that rely on kind of a series of tropes or logic that you get used to.
Or specific algorithms.
Yeah. And while these can be satisfying for the really intense puzzlers, we stayed away from stuff like that to keep it approachable to people that had never, sometimes had never done any escape room, let alone one online.
Or even really done any sort of puzzling kind of activity.
Yeah. So how did we put this thing together? And I would like to show you some screenshots of spreadsheets. This was more of Anne's domain.
I like spreadsheets.
We approached it with our designer, Barry Abrams, who did a great job on the interface. Like he's
amazing.
This wouldn't there are all kinds of production levels of these type of games out there, and if we were doing it ourselves, it would look more like a Google quiz than a polished product. But it was a logistical challenge, to say the least.
Yeah, so this is all built basically in a website. So each room that you're in, each item that you can look at is a different website, and each website has to have its own photos and its own text and potentially its own lock mechanism and figuring out what that lock opens, so what website's now available. So of course the spreadsheet was really helpful with that, where we just listed out everything in the room and figured out how things linked to each other and what was important. And that was really good for project management too, because we were able to keep track of what we needed and what we still had.
Yeah, each act of the game, because we considered it more like a story with 3 different acts. Each act of the game took place in one quote unquote room, but each room of that had between 15 to 30 subpages. And these subpages could be anything from like a close-up of the filing cabinet or a photograph to, if you're doing a close-up of the desk, to the desk drawer being closed, to the desk drawer being open. Each subpage needed a copyright clear image, description, voiceover, and then we did rounds and rounds of editing. So we started the game. The alpha stage of this game was more just like concepts that we chatted about on Discord. The full beta test had images and rough versions of the puzzles, and then final pass of making sure that any hiccups players had been having were dealt with, and that we had the final images and pictures and everything like that exactly where we wanted to for the game running smoothly. And then we changed a few things a week or two in, just based on player feedback. Yeah, we're always revisioning, and it was nice that this product allowed us to do that. So in building the game, there's a lot of different interesting ways to think about it.
These are not our images. I tried to find some pictures of our puzzle dependencies, but
I think I threw them out.
Yeah, they're
we did
such
a big
garbage.
housekeeping over here.
So these are from Ron Gilbert's blog, The Grumpy Gamer. He designed Monkey Island and is just like, I just love Monkey Island so much. That's why I do what I do. So I thought they were okay to steal.
Yeah, we'd always had thought about them as flowcharts. We found out later, after Lost Temple, there's a super specific term for them, and that's a puzzle dependency chart, which is super neat. And do a deep dive on this. It's super interesting. But some other things that we did with the game that are kind of neat are we offered a deluxe edition. So we decided we have a nice workshop here. We had high quality images that we created in-house or found really neat manipulations of. And we decided we could do a high level designed edition of this game where you have physical props, where we mail you a bundle of documents and envelopes that work with the website still, but replace the print and play aspect, where when you open a new room, you don't only have the website interface, you have a bunch of photos printed that you can take a closer look at. And this was awesome for us. We've sold about 50 of them. We put a reasonable price tag for the work that went in. They listed about 135, including shipping. And we were super excited to do that. We've sold about as many as we want to, I think, but it's been a neat addition.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been cool to see some of the things that we made in the room, go out and imagine how people are going to have that experience at home.
Some other random things that we decided to do that might be of interest are we decided on several different options of the game. The regular game, where you get a digital code to access the website and you print the documents yourself. We did a WePrint version where we just print stuff. We found out a lot more people didn't have printers anymore than we thought. So a bare bones, not fancy. And then we did the deluxe edition you can see on the screen. We settled on a cheaper price point for the regular game at $10, but we included an option to pay what you want above that as a very low pressure way to let people support CU Adventures additionally if they felt like they could, if they wanted to. This wasn't something we could put up as a totally free game just based on some factors for it. But this has been an awesome way for people to, just throw in 10 if they want to, or we've had some such good support from the community.
Yeah. it's been really nice. Other things that we've been doing, we're currently working on another one, another digital print and play hybrid. We're hoping to have that out for Halloween. But it's going to be some spooky stuff for Halloween times. We also just completed a game called Exit Stage Left, which was a virtual escape room that we ran for Pygmalion. So everything was through Zoom. We had game masters both on camera and wearing cameras on harnesses. So you were kind of on Zoom being the game master's brain while they were your hands and eyes and ears.
This is a new type of escape room gameplay that's come out in the past few months, and it's been really interesting. So like you're on a Zoom call with your friends or with your work group or whatnot, or just by yourself. Game master's wearing a camera, can see the room, you tell them what to do. They are your hands, and you're like, oh, go look over at that picture closer, or pick up the sword, or do all sorts of things, and they'll do it. It's a lot more performance-based. You have to have a repertoire with your audience.
It's much more on the immersive theater side, but it's been an interesting way that a lot of escape rooms have converted their rooms to be virtual games during the pandemic, and it's something that we've been thinking about.
Yeah, for this event, we had over 300 people play last week. The tickets sold out pretty fast.
Yeah.
So I think we're ready for questions.
Yeah, let me turn off the screen share here. I think. Are we back up?
Yes, and I will be relaying the questions to you. Let's see here. First off, I was going to ask about the little flourishes you were able to add to the new escape room format, but I think you answered that pretty thoroughly. And I want to say congratulations on the success of being able to do the escape room in this way. I was surprised you had like international participants and that the UK really likes you guys. That's amazing.
Yeah, we made it onto a really good review site that they have over there. That's really popular. So.
We had a reviewer contact us for a free play, and we were like, yeah, that's great, they loved it. And then we were like, hey, do you know any other reviewers? We don't really, being in Champaign, we don't interact with the escape room reviewer community too much because nobody really takes a tour through here. They'll fly into a bigger city. But we've had a lot of great reviews.
That's amazing. Let's see. Can I ask you, you talked about how you had a pretty broad audience for this project. So it seems like it was pretty kid-friendly. Are all of the ideas you're going to put out kid-friendly as well? Are you ever going to dabble in anything a little too spooky, or going to keep it pretty family-friendly?
I think everything that we do is designed for adults with the intention that kids can play too. That's really at the core of everything that we do. I don't have a problem doing something that's R-rated that kids can't play, but it would have to be the right idea.
Yeah, it would have to be a really conscious choice. Also, 2020 is dark enough. Like we can do silly spooky or maybe unsettling like fear, but like we don't need the intense stuff.
Yeah.
That's fair. Question from YouTube. How much is the print out packet, and how do you keep things secret in a printed document?
Yeah, so the printout packet that we mail to you is $25, and that includes shipping. So it should arrive within a couple of days because we ship it priority.
In town, it's been going real fast.
And basically the front page just says, hey, here's the deal. Please don't look at these pages. We'll tell you when to pull a page. So when you're playing the game, it'll say, oh, you found the telegrams. Pull page 23 or something like that.
Honestly,
so it'll tell you.
It was something we were really worried about, spoilers, and we were thinking like, oh, should we have people print out pages as they go? But then when we were beta testing, it's just so much information in 25 pages that people don't care.
People aren't going to read the whole thing.
Or maybe some people did sequence breaking, but if they're doing that to like jump ahead and jump around, they are playing the game at their own fun. But I don't think anyone told us they accidentally ruined the game by looking at a page too early.
It's fairly dense, and I think that kind of protects against it.
Right on. Question from Amber Schultz on YouTube. Why did you choose to create a digital escape room first rather than a live virtual escape room? I think you guys kind of had both a little bit.
Yeah, we couldn't go into the office. Like the amount we were respecting the stay-at-home order is that like Anne and I barely came in for that first month.
Yeah, we didn't want to have staff in during that March-April time.
I think if we hadn't decided on doing Lost Temple in April, we would have come in and done something that would have held us through through June or July. But at that point, like, we were close enough with the game that
Yeah.
we decided that this is what we were going to do.
Well, and we weren't sure how popular either option was going to be. The virtual games are, each individual one brings in more revenue, but they also cost a lot more than just running a regular game. So for a virtual game, not only do you need a person,
A virtual avatar game.
yeah, for a game where people are in our escape rooms, not only do you typically need someone wearing the camera and being the hands and eyes and ears of the players, but you also need another person kind of managing things from the back end, tech support. And it would have required some website development as well, because initially, and what we did for Exit Stage Left here, we didn't use any kind of inventory system or anything like that, because the game was really short. For a longer game, you really want some kind of website that has photos of the room and items and maybe even images and PDFs that you type in with keywords, and then you can actually look at them as the audience. Because staring at a page or a paper or anything through a camera, through a Zoom link, is not super great.
Yeah. In our existing games, like, we would have to build a new game for it. You could not play our existing games with a camera avatar. We just designed them to be more hands-on.
Our games are really designed to be hands-on and to use multiple people in different spots at the same time. Avatar games have one controlled point of view as opposed to people looking wherever they want. So it works really well for linear games, older style games where you have to do one puzzle and then the other puzzle and then the other puzzle. But our games are definitely, they encourage
screaming
people,
at your friends from across the room.
Yeah,
to do
they
something
encourage
as you do
people to
something
do
else.
more flat puzzle tracks where everyone's doing something all at the same time, or a puzzle will require one person to be on one side of the room and one person to be on the other side of the room and compare information. So that's something that's really hard to do over that kind of avatar format.
That's fair. And unfortunately, we are running out of time now, but thank you guys so much for coming and sharing. I have a million other questions, and I'm just going to shout them out to you however I can find you on the website or your Facebook. So thank you so much. I'm going to go.
Yeah,
thanks for having us.
Yep.
All right, everyone. I want to share something with you today. This is Frosthaven, the sequel to 2017's Kickstarter behemoth Gloomhaven. The campaign for Frosthaven just wrapped actually pretty recently. And I would call this campaign a fairly standard one, especially for an established designer or company. In fact, probably the only non-standard part of the campaign was its funding goal, a fairly high $500,000, and its funding total, an extremely high $13 million, making it the most successful board game Kickstarter of all time, and the third most successful Kickstarter, period, after the Pebble Time smartwatch and a cooler. But that's not what I want to share with you. This is Hoplomachus. It hit its now almost quaint funding goal of $15,000 on June 2nd, 2012, and ended its campaign with $25,000 and 204 backers, one of which was me. Hoplomachus was the first board game I ever kickstarted, and it would be the start of a mostly love and sometimes hate relationship that continues to this day. But that's not what I want to share with you either. This is my Kickstarter profile. 113 projects backed from a number of categories, including art, comics, design, theater, film, and of course, mostly games. Some of those games I've backed have gone on to become my absolute favorites, and some I've backed I would generously describe as nearly playable. But the major difference in all of these projects that I've backed is actually not in their subjective quality. Something in all of these campaigns spoke to me enough to give them money, to give strangers on the internet money to realize their dream. But if you look at projects from my first year as a backer, 2012, next to the current crop of offerings, in many cases, it's kind of like looking at a fairly well-made soapbox racer next to a Mustang Shelby. So what I want to share with you today is my attempt to understand that journey Kickstarter has made from 2012 to 2020 in the tabletop games category. I want to look at some of the changes it's experienced and share a few thoughts about how I think those changes affect backers and designers like some of you perhaps. So 2012 was something of a banner year for board games on Kickstarter, so it makes sense that that was my first year joining the site as a backer. It must have hit some sort of critical mass where it moved from the periphery of the public consciousness closer to the center, or at least slightly less on the periphery. But there's no doubt that for the entire category, there was change on the wind in 2012, and that change was not of the chump variety. Kickstarter itself called 2012 the year of the game 3 months before the year was even out, and with good reason. The games category was the most funded category as of August of that year, and was at that point already the second most funded category in the history of the site. Now, almost a quarter of all funding on 2012 belonged to the games category. And that's even more impressive when you consider the category's year-over-year growth since the site's opening. In 2009, the games category made $50,000, Kickstarter's first year. In 2010, $500,000. In 2011, $3.5 million. And in 2012, $50 million. Now, as with many trends, the year before a massive increase often tells a good portion of the tale. So 2011 may not have featured any million-dollar projects, but it did feature a number of now very recognizable projects. Early co-op success Fire Rescue Flashpoint featured in 2011, as did party game heavyweight Cards Against Humanity, among a few others that you might recognize from your local game store shelves. However, none of the successes of 2011 compared to the level of success shown to be possible in 2012. For example, or 3 examples, take a look at Zombicide, Sedition Wars, and Ogre. Each one funded in 2012, and each one made more individually than the top 10 game projects of 2011 combined. Now, a lot of the general category's success in 2012 actually belongs to the video game subcategory. And many would point to Double Fine's adventure campaign from February 2012 as sort of a watershed moment in crowdfunding. The project made $3.5 million and numerous headlines during its Kickstarter run. And perhaps most important of all, it brought almost 90,000 backers to the site. Now, a rising tide doesn't always lift all boats. But studies have shown that supporting one Kickstarter increases your odds of supporting another tremendously, sort of like eating one Oreo increases your odds of eating the whole box tremendously. And while the video game category was initially a major contributor to the success and visibility of the category as a whole, video games as a subcategory, their earnings dropped precipitously between 2015 and 2016. They went from 41 million to 17.5 million, which is roughly where they've remained ever since. For board games, though, it was the opposite story. Tabletop's dominance in terms of amount earned, number of projects submitted, and number of projects successful has increased every year since 2012. And while none of that growth was maybe as substantial as it was between 2011 and 2012, it has been consistent. Jumping to the present, as of the end of 2019, the games category has seen 3.2 million backers, 17,000 projects, and $1 billion pledged, of which Tabletop is responsible for 70%. So that's the financial answer to the what's changed for board games on Kickstarter in the last 8 years. And I think I could try to answer the $1 billion question of why that has happened. I think there are lots of interesting possibilities to pursue there. But if we assume that at least a little of the growth is due to Kickstarter creators just plain getting better at giving backers what they want, then we can start to consider the specific changes made in the way campaigns are run. Or to revisit an earlier metaphor, what exactly do you have to do to change a soapbox racer into a Mustang Shelby? So looking at some of the biggest projects from the last 8 years, as well as a selection of my own backing, reveals a number of changes that may be worth talking about. Campaign choices that were common in 2012, for example, that one doesn't see as much anymore in 2020. Well, the first and biggest thing I noticed from most early campaigns that they had, that later campaigns almost completely avoid, is merchandise. We rarely see this anymore, and I think it's probably a prime example of learning to give customers what they want rather than what you think they want. For example, I might buy a Cats on Broadway t-shirt to commemorate the time I wasted $80 in 3 hours of my life, but do I feel the same need to commemorate the 4 weeks I spent backing Pride and Prejudice, the card game? Do I want to commit $25 extra to a t-shirt that I can't try on based on a game I can't play yet? It seems almost silly that merchandise. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I think that we're not seeing your slides if you have
Oh
some.
no, I do have slides.
Go ahead
Well,
and
that's
share
so
screen.
sad.
No worries.
Can you see it now?
Not quite. No, not yet.
Okay, let me try this again. What about now?
Yep, can see them now.
Hey, yay. Well, good. You get to see my cat's graphic. That's the most important one, really.
Peace.
All right. So back to merch. And I have to say, actually, if I had the choice between buying a Cats t-shirt and a t-shirt featuring this art, I would probably go with this art. It's pretty hot. The fact that merchandise has disappeared, I think, from a lot of Kickstarters, is mostly due to the fact that backers just didn't want it as much as they wanted more game content or better game content, improved game content, rather than merchandise. But it almost needed to exist, I think, in the early days of Kickstarter, because what I found, at least for my own Kickstarters, is that backers who believe in you do want to find ways to give you more money. They want to find ways to support you more. Um, and back in the day, that was before the days of every game having multiple SKUs, day one expansions, and add-on plus-ups. So merchandise was a way to accomplish that. It gave backers who really believed in you an easy way to give you more money. Um, I distinctly and joyfully remember being able to get a canoe if I wanted on the Moby Dick campaign. Um, and I also remember, and a lot of people remember probably less joyfully, the fact that the Small World Designer Edition, which is no doubt one of the nicest board game objects produced on Kickstarter, was hidden at the bottom of the page as an add-on in the campaign for Small World's redone app. So it was very, very easy to miss. Again, these are all ways that I think creators have just gotten better at highlighting what the campaign can bring to backers, even if it is totally weird and off the wall. Although we don't see that as much anymore either. We might see a T-shirt, but we don't see many canoes. So other things you don't see in addition to merch is backer-created content. This used to be extremely common, personalized content or content that was somehow based on ideas or the backer themselves. It's something I actually tried on my first campaign with my company. And we cut way back on for our second because, and I want to quote here in the words of one of our backers, "I don't want to do any work and I don't want to play with any of my fellow backers' crappy ideas." So that goes the way of the dodo pretty quick. Also, it's kind of really difficult to organize and to make happen in a way that makes everyone as happy as you want them to be happy. But again, you see why it was there, right? It's an easy way to increase engagement and to create a higher pledge level. Another thing I think that we tried on our campaign that you don't much see anymore is gated content. And this is one of those that's another good riddance from Kickstarter, right? It turns out that it annoys backers when you show them something they could have if only one of them would pony up a lot more money, right? It's always seems to be far smarter to just have unlock goals either through social media or standard stretch goals. You don't see this nearly as much as you once did, but it was very common in 2012 and 2013. A backer level I actually remember from other campaigns in 2012 and early on, campaigns like D-Day Dice, and I believe Hoplo had it as well, was what they might call line for life, which was an interesting idea and I think well tied in to what Kickstarter early on tried to do for creators. The idea was essentially this: a backer, either a single backer or a number of backers that was limited, could pay a lot more money up front to back your project. And in return, you promised that you would send them a copy of everything you made from that point on, evidently for eternity, right? Now, for D-Day Dice, that was limited to D-Day Dice product, but expansions, plus ups, all that counted. For something like Hoplomachus, which I showed earlier, that actually meant every other game project that company created, which, if you think about it, that costs $250 on that campaign. If you don't know who did Hoplomachus, it's Chip Theory Games, and they are responsible for Too Many Bones, Cloudspire, among others. And they tend to have very high all-in pledge levels because of the quality of their stuff. So that looks like a really good deal going back in a time machine. But again, it's asking a lot from a backer. It's a leap of faith. And it's a way to get a lot of startup capital as a creator. But you don't see it as much anymore, perhaps because it is a bridge too far for some backers to trust. Okay, $1 pledge level weirdness. This is something you used to see all the time, and I used to really, really enjoy it. You don't see it as much anymore. You still see $1 pledge level, right? But this has really changed. Like nowadays, the dollar pledge level is your ticket to the Kickstarter after party, right? It's the pledge manager pledge. Pledge managers barely existed back in the day, if they did at all. So how did you entice people to give at least a couple of dollars to support you? You wanted to give them something, but it couldn't cost too much. So it was almost always linked to behavior. For example, you might offer, you might toast them. You might make a video. I think Viticulture did this, of toasting a backer and taking a drink of wine for every backer who pledged at that level. I bet that was a fun video to make. But I mean everything, right? Like shouting people's names as you jumped from an airplane, naming your children after people or your pets children. Anything went here, and the more creative, the better. Again, it was another way to drive engagement and drive conversation, something to look forward to as a backer, to create anticipation. So these are all features from the sort of Wild West of the site, where people were still essentially throwing stuff to the wall and see what stuck. All of these items also, to me, represent backers asserting their preferences through their wallet, right? Essentially telling creators what they were and weren't interested in. The last two things that you don't see as much anymore don't really fit that mold. The first, because it's a case of actually taking something away from a backer that they would like. And second, because I don't really know why the second one died off. The first is free shipping. So free shipping, RIP. I remember the first time I was asked to pay for shipping on a Kickstarter. I literally did a double take. But back in the day, free shipping, at least for the country of origin, was a given. But having fulfilled a game Kickstarter, I now understand why it had to go. It's far too easy for small and inexperienced companies to take an absolute bath on shipping, to get the math wrong. And it's gotten more complicated rather than easier. There are logistics companies that specialize in crowdfunding fulfillment, and that's the norm rather than the exception. Nowadays, we're starting to see delayed charges for shipping, which a move I thought was initially annoying as a backer myself, but now I see the benefit of. Not only is it a little less money up front for a backer, it's another opportunity for the creator to ask for the add-on sale. If I'm already putting my credit card into a website to pay for shipping, hey, I might as well add that expansion I was looking at. The second thing is strange, but true. In earlier Kickstarters, you could always count on seeing the creators of the Kickstarter. In fact, it was really considered a necessity. Yeah, you were making a plea to backers, you were making a pitch, and your personality was a big part of that. As a backer, you felt like you were getting to know the creator, that it reminded you that you were backing the dream of a human, right? Not pre-ordering a product. I can't remember the last time I saw a creator in a video. I know it happens, but they're so much smaller a portion of that pitch video now. It's a change that I can neither really explain nor understand. Is it possible that there's some drawback for a backer in seeing the creator? Because if there isn't, why have the creators mostly disappeared from their own projects? So all of these things are, of course, questions without answers, or at least a definitive answer, which is something you could say about most observations about Kickstarter. If someone could bottle the path to explosive Kickstarter success, then my own game would not have needed 2 campaigns to succeed. That being said, there have been those that have tried to clear the road a bit for creators, and of those, the most famous attempt, surprise, surprise, also comes from the year 2012. This was a board game that launched in August of 2012. It had $25,000 as its goal, and it ended up making about 65, which was a big success at the time. The campaign page is professional but simple. And on the, at that point, new risks and challenges section, the creator wrote this, I think, charmingly honest statement. I think the main challenge that lies ahead is that I have a lot to learn about inventory management, order fulfillment, and distribution. It's one thing to ship something to 20 people or even 100, but 600, that's a big challenge. This is a learning process for me, so if you have any recommendations, please message me. That person was Jamie Stegmeyer, and the campaign was Viticulture. Jamie and his company Stonemeyer are, of course, famous in tabletop gaming, partially because Jamie has been so open and honest about his experience on Kickstarter. He started documenting his process in December of 2012 and eventually published a book in 2015 about how to do a Kickstarter, essentially. And that was years after many of us had sort of hungrily devoured it already on his blog. So, oh, sorry about that, folks. Having a little issue here. Oh, hey, sorry, Katie.
No worries. Actually, this is a good segue because
Oh, good.
we need to get into questions.
Oh,
soon.
sorry, I ran out of time thanks to
That's
my slide issues. I apologize.
No worries. Any last points you wanted to make before I hop into a question?
Mostly just the fact that you know, when you look at Kickstarter nowadays, I think it's become a much more friendly place for backers. It's a better deal in generally to back a Kickstarter now, and most of the products are safer. Generally speaking, they deliver, and usually they can be counted on to be anywhere from decent to really, really great, right? But I don't think it's as friendly a place for creators anymore because the minimum bar has been raised so much by established creators and companies taking advantage of this. So I do wonder sort of what the future is for the truly independent creator. You know, in 2012, Kickstarter was a viable option, and I think we haven't gotten rid of the gatekeepers so much as we've changed them. You know, so I do wonder sort of what the path to success is for the independent creator now.
Right on. Yeah, that's very interesting. Thinking about how gatekeepers have changed.
Yeah.
Do you think that there's always been, because there was a board game boom, thanks in large part to Kickstarter, people being
yes.
able to get stuff out there. Do you think there's always been that energy behind board games and it just hasn't had anywhere to go? Or do you think it's like unique to enabling designers through Kickstarter that like
That's
it was
a
able to get
really, I mean,
started?
that's a really great question. I do think, I mean, for me at least, looking at Kickstarter in 2012, you know my history as a designer. I designed stuff from the time I was in college, 20 years, but I never thought I'd do anything with it. But then Kickstarter came out, and suddenly it was like, wait, because the alternate option is pitching, right? Not everyone is extremely comfortable talking to people. Not everyone is extremely comfortable pitching to publishers. It also is a huge time sink and does take a little bit of money. Oh, I can stop the share if I like. That's a good idea.
We stopped it. You can.
Oh, good. But you know, so is Kickstarter. That's the problem, right? It looked like an easier path. Actually, what everyone finds is that it is a lot of money up front. It's a lot of work. And of course, there's no guarantee for success. Although it's gotten way more successful than it once did. The average success rate for a Kickstarter in general is 37%, and tabletop has a 67% success rate. So yeah, I mean, something happened. The number of creators grew, the audience grew. A lot of people think it's a bubble. I'm not sure it is. So
Right on. And before we bounce here, it sounds like what is it, paying for the line for life? Is that similar to Patreon in any way? Do you know?
it is a little bit, yeah. And so that was another thing that I kind of wanted to bring up is that there are other avenues, and some of them are really interesting, like Patreon. But yeah, it was basically a way to just get everything that creator made before you knew if you liked that creator. It was a huge risk for a backer, but a potentially huge gain.
Awesome. Well, I think that's all we have time for today. Thank you so much,
Awesome.
BJ, for sharing. It's so fascinating to think about Kickstarter. So,
Thank you for having me.
Sure thing.
Hey guys, my name is Jeffrey Chin. I am one of the two members of Road to Infamy Games. For those not familiar with Road to Infamy Games, I'm the designer of Crypt and most recently Canvas, which had a Kickstarter campaign earlier this year. And today I'm really excited to talk to you guys about my playtesting experiences and how I've grown as a designer and as a playtester. And hopefully we can kind of discuss some of the shortcomings I've had in my earlier years and things I've done to fix my playtesting process. But yeah, so Road to Infinite Games is just me and my buddy Andrew, and the two of us are very much just kind of self-starters, and we figured everything out just experientially by doing this over the last 5 or 6 years. Yeah, I want to share with you some ways that we used to waste our time as playtesting games, and frankly waste our playtesters' time, and some of the ways that we've kind of evolved through the years. But really, like a big important question that I think we need to ask is like, what's the point of playtesting? What are we really trying to do? And the main thing we're doing is we're looking for discoveries about our game. So when I say discoveries, I mean we're looking for like new learnings that or new experiences you can witness in your game that are either stemming from feedback you might be getting, or maybe from some rule that you've changed, and then it might affect other aspects of the game. And so when we're playtesting, we're looking to find these new discoveries. And if we're not finding new learnings about the game, we're not really finding ways to improve the games that we're designing. So playtesting is really very much a scientific process. This is something I kind of learned from a buddy of mine, Don Eskridge, who he's the designer of, you may have played The Resistance or Avalon, and he was talking to me a lot about how it's very much like experimentation, like they would do in a science lab or chemistry lab, where you're switching out variables, you're seeing what effects that has on the various aspects of gameplay. But the tricky thing about game design is we're trying to gauge funness, right? Which is a very unquantifiable thing. Like all in all, like we're not just making something that functions, we're making something that's fun and creates good feelings, and we want to be able to reproduce that feelings even when you're not there as the designer. What can we do to create a rule set that will recreate these feelings and these moments and these good times, no matter who's playing the game? Without further ado, let's kind of jump into some ways that I used to play test that are not so great. So to start out, I used to always play the same version of my game over and over and over. So a little anecdote about that. The first game that I ever designed, I was play testing it at Gen Con in Indianapolis. And at Gen Con, they have, there's a really awesome playtest group, and it's called First Exposure Playtest Hall. And now this is an amazing opportunity for designers to get their game in front of new playtesters and to be able to blind playtest. And this group does so much to help out the designers. You can get targeted demographics to play your game, right? It could be age, it could be if you're looking for people that are familiar with a certain style of game or like to play a certain style of game, they will send those people to your table, and you'll be able to play test with the exact audience that you want to, which is fantastic. And we had the awesome opportunity to play test our game at this event. And not only that, but some extra spots opened up, and we took advantage of that to play test our game a whole bunch this whole weekend. We had 2 different tables going. Andrew was running a table, I was running a table, and we just did session after session. And now, despite all the play testing we did, I will say this game is probably one of the most poorly play tested games out there. Not because we didn't play test it. We play tested this game so much, but the problem is we play tested the same version over and over and over. And every single play test we would get, we would talk to people and we would ask for feedback. We would get a lot of the same notes over and over again. And we would hear that feedback, and then we would just run the next session, and we would do the exact same game again. We wouldn't make any changes. We always had some excuse as to why the game is the way it is, and I don't think that's a healthy way to look at your own game. It's important to be receptive to change and be willing to try out new things, because if we're not making a change in between our play tests, what was the purpose of doing one play test to another? Something I like to think about is if I truly feel like I don't want to change anything about my game between the play tests, then I think my game must be done or close to done, or at least in the balancing phase of playtesting. So the balancing phase of playtesting is near the end, when your game is pretty set. You're very much just looking for kind of numeric balancing between different victory point values for going down different paths in your game, or just making sure that all the choices feel kind of equal and balanced and correct. And that's okay. If near the end of your playtesting process, it's okay to do that sort of numeric balancing tests and play the same game over and over. But if you're in that phase, I would expect a designer to be taking a lot of data, right? You should be in a spreadsheet. You should be entering in all the information that how many points each player scored, how many rounds it went, things like that. But if you're not in that phase yet, which is going to be 99% of your play testing time, you should really be trying to make changes between every single play test. And that's a really challenging goal to make for yourself as a game designer. But I think it's important to make changes every time. And on top of that, don't be afraid to make big changes. I know that can be scary, especially if you feel like your game is almost there, right? Where we always feel like, maybe just this tiny tweak will make it better. But don't be afraid to try something big and different, because remember, you can always go back. There is nothing stopping you from reverting to a previous version that worked better. In fact, it's totally fine to test what you think might be a bad idea. Andrew and I talk about this all the time, that we probably don't do this often enough. We'll be discussing some changes to make for the game, and then a lot of times we won't try any of them because we kind of talk ourselves out of it. We say, oh, this won't work for X, Y, Z. And then we might find later on, when we finally do get around to testing, we're like, actually, that was kind of fun. So sometimes it's not bad to just try it out. Like, what's the harm? What's the worst it could do? Remember, you can always go back to a previous version. Don't be afraid to try new or even probably bad ideas. In fact, trying out a bad idea might just reinforce some of the good ideas you had previously. And then it can help you know for sure that you're on the right path. So if you make a big change to your game and suddenly the game ceases to work entirely, or nobody's having fun anymore, then that's good to know. That's great. You can always go back and say, aha, this thing that I was doing in my game is creating fun and really rich gaming experiences. So something else that I used to struggle with a lot as a game designer, and still do, is I used to get very defensive about my design choices in games. I think this has been a big learning for me. It's important to not counter the feedback that your play testers give you. So a lot of times play testers will try and give you ideas, right? They're trying to be helpful, and they'll spit out some crazy ideas, and it's just kind of natural. They're trying to help, and you'll realize very quickly that either one, you've tried these ideas before, or two, they would never work for whatever reason. But I would challenge you to remind yourself that don't counter the feedback. Don't feel like you have to tell a playtester, no, I can't do that for this reason, but rather focus on why they are proposing that idea. Usually when a playtester is giving you some crazy idea, they don't necessarily know how to fix your game, right? Playtesters aren't great at fixing your game, but playtesters are great at identifying issues, problems, and unfun moments about your game. So when someone tells you some crazy idea, just step back and think, why are they suggesting this? Or is there something that they disliked about the current rule set? And feel free to ask your playtesters that too, right? And when they propose that idea, just say like, oh, what made you think that? Like, did this part of the game feel unfair? Did you dislike doing this type of action? And I think you might be able to get more productive feedback when you focus on where that feedback is coming from. And I know as a designer, it's hard to not take critical feedback personally, right? Our game designs are very much a extension of ourselves, right? You pour so much love and effort and work into these games, and it's like your unique creative genius that makes this game. And when someone says something negative or critical about your game, it's easy to take that personally or be offended by it. It's really important as a game designer to learn to separate yourself from your game. A lot of times when I'm play testing one of my games, when I get to the feedback session, I kind of make a point to tell my play testers that I'm a game designer. I have no feelings. I have no emotional attachment to this game, and try and kind of keep it light and fun, but also let play testers know that it's okay for them to give critical feedback and tear my game apart if they want to. The more you can encourage people to give that critical feedback, the better, right? We want to separate ourselves from the game in order to get more good and honest feedback. And that kind of brings me to my next point of, I used to always ask playtesters the wrong questions. This kind of reminds me of one time when I was a play tester. I remember a specific game that I was testing where in the feedback session, we were probably giving comments and feedback for a solid like 30 minutes, right? Just kind of giving broad general feedback on, oh, I wish we could do things differently. The game was going on a little long, things like that. And it wasn't until like 30 minutes into this feedback session that I kind of realized that the designer was being very defensive about it all, and they were kind of countering all my points. And so I finally asked them, I was like, what do you want feedback on? And then they said like, oh, well, I think the game's pretty much done. I just want to know like if any of these actions need to be boosted or if anything's overpowered. And I was like, oh my gosh, like if I had known that, like we wouldn't have spent 30 minutes discussing, the broader state of the game. It's totally fine that this game was in a close to polished state, but as for a feedback session, it's important that the questions are targeted to what you want feedback on, right? We don't want to waste our own time as a game designer, and we certainly don't want to waste our playtesters' time. So we want to make sure all the feedback you're getting is actually helpful to you as the designer. So to that point, I would say when you're in a feedback session, it's always very important to let your playtesters know what exactly do you want feedback on, and what stage of development is your game in, and all that will kind of gear the feedback to it'll be more helpful in the state of the game that it currently is in. So something that I used to always do wrong when asking questions is I would ask players if they had fun, or even worse, I would ask players like, "Oh, would you buy this game?" And I don't think those are great questions because players are generally they want to be nice and encouraging, right? Like it's a very encouraging community. Every time I've played tested games, like everyone's always there to help. And so of course they're going to tell you that they had fun and they want to encourage you to make the game and publish the game. But so asking that won't get you a real great, like, honest answer necessarily. I think the better way to know if a player is enjoying the game is to watch for those moments of fun and frustration. You will certainly, if you can, while the game is happening, especially if you are playing, like, try and separate yourself from, like, your play state of the game and go into game designer mode and look at your players and try to identify those moments of fun and frustration. And that's how you can truly gauge if your game is fun, if your game is engaging. If people are sitting there and they're on their phones, if they're distracted by other things in the room, that might be a good clue that they're not fun, that the game's not the most entertaining thing to them in their immediate area. So that's definitely something to watch for. Also when asking questions, I think, again, it's important to always encourage that critical feedback. All the questions that you ask, what you're really looking for is kind of I don't want to say negative, but like a critical answer is going to be so much more helpful than a positive reinforcement answer, right? If your questions just lead to answers of people saying, like, yeah, that was good, yeah, I liked that, that's not going to lead you to making your game better. It's going to lead to you leaving your game the same, and you'll be less likely to explore new options and try new things. So, for example, some good questions that you can ask are specifically, like, how do you feel about the game's duration? That's something that people usually have a good gauge on. Do they feel like the game went on too short, too long? In fact, you can ask that mid-game, and a lot of times you can kind of feel out when a game is, like, reaching its most fun moment, and maybe you'll realize maybe this is where the game should be ending. A lot of games have the tendency to run too long, I would say, and you really want your game to end in kind of the peak of fun so that people are left wanting to play again. Another good question is to ask if everything seemed fair, if people had control over their actions. Like, how do you feel about the range of your ability to make decisions versus the amount of randomness in the game? That's something that playtesters can give really, really great concrete feedback on. Also, sometimes it's good to get feedback before the game is over, for a couple of reasons. But one, especially when you're playing with non-gamers, sometimes it's good to get feedback before the final turn to avoid some of that winner's bias, right? People might like a game more if they won versus if they lost. And sometimes it's good to get some impressions about the game before that bias sets in. But also, if something happens in the game, right? Maybe there's a moment where clearly someone is frustrated or someone feels bad, right? Like, if there was a take that action and it really made someone, like, kind of upset, that's a good time to kind of pause your playtest in mid-game, ask about the feelings and emotions that the players are feeling as a result of that specific action, as opposed to waiting to the end of the game when people might not remember or might not have the same feelings about that moment. And I also wanted to talk about, just briefly, like, I used to, in my playtesting, I used to always play the entire game from beginning to end. And I have a couple designer friends who are really great about avoiding this and just, like, playing enough of the game to get a point. One that comes to mind is my buddy Ken Gruel, who's the designer of Happy Salmon. This guy is, like, one of the most efficient game designers I have ever met. He puts out, like, 100 different designs a year. Most of them he doesn't do anything with, but he's just so efficient at churning out ideas, testing them. And sometimes, he'll bring 4 or 5 games to the table. We'll play less than 1 round, and he'll say, like, oh yeah, that wasn't fun. Then drops a new game on the table, and we'll try that out. Maybe that goes for 2 rounds. Nope, that wasn't fun. Scrap that idea. And that's, he's on an extreme level, but, like, that's something I aspire to as a designer, is the ability to just recognize that something is or isn't working and to be efficient with your time, and to not let a game overstay its welcome, to just cut it short and figure out what's wrong with it and begin fixing it faster. Another buddy of mine, Don Eskridge, who I mentioned earlier, he also he does a good job of this. He always lets his playtesters know that, like, this is not a competitive game. Like, we are playtesting, so we're going to make some changes in the middle of the game, probably, or we might not play the whole game. And he kind of sets expectations with the players that way, because sometimes you might play with a group and, you know, people will be upset if you change the rules mid-game. They'll think it's unfair. So I think it's good at the beginning of a playtest to kind of make that, to set that bar and set that expectation that it is a playtest and we're going to do some experimenting. So, and to that point, like, I think it's important to be able to make changes mid-game. Sometimes you'll get feedback in the middle of a session like, oh, I really wish I could have done this, or, oh, that felt really bad. So I would encourage you to think about, in those moments where that happens, to pause and say, like, hey, for the rest of this game, we're going to play that way. If you as a player think that would be more fun, let's do it. Let's try it. Don't feel like you have to play the game beginning to end with whatever rule set that you had written down. Be willing to make changes mid-game. And along those lines too, sometimes you can plan out to change rules mid-game. This is something Andrew and I have been doing more and more of lately, is we'll be debating 2 different ways we could execute a rule. You know, maybe Andrew wants a die to work in this way. I want the die roll to be more choice driven, or something like that, right? We'll be arguing about this. And so in the play test, we'll play half the game with one rule, and we'll play the back half of the game in the other rule. And then that way you can get playtesters' feedback on both, and it's a direct comparison. And I think that can be extremely helpful, because a lot of times when you're playtesting different versions, you're usually playing with totally different people that didn't play it the other way. So A/B testing different versions can be extremely helpful and give you really great direct feedback over which version is better than the other. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had on playtesting. So if anyone had any questions, I'd be happy to chat about that.
I do actually have one. First of all, I loved how you had to ask a designer exactly what feedback he wanted. Something that I find kind of fun and a little bit mean at game conventions is, like, after I play a game, I look at the designer and I'm always like, how close to production is this? And you just see the color drain from their face, and it's like, well, okay, I'll keep it nice. That being said, we have a question from YouTube that's like, how do you know when a game is, like, done? So many designers say playtesting never really ends. So in the last, like, couple minutes we have here, what do you think?
Yeah, that's probably the hardest question to answer. I've heard, there's like a famous quote, I don't know who said it, but like, no game design is ever done, but at a certain point you just make it, or something. I'm butchering the quote, but it's something like that. At a certain point, you just kind of, you feel like everything is as fun as you want it to be, right? Like, you look around at the table and everyone's just having a great time, and the game is kind of checking all the boxes for what you wanted it to be. Stylistically, right? It feels fun, it feels balanced. People are asking to play the game again. There's no hard and fast answer to when your game is ready. It's just, once you've done enough play testing, once it seems like generally, no matter who you play with, people are smiling, people are happy, people want to talk about it at the end. This is something that I kind of have noticed more and more lately, is like, sometimes I'll play a game and the feedback session is very short. And it's not because they don't have feedback, but it's because they really didn't like it and don't want to talk about it. And so sometimes people will, like, be really engaged and want to keep talking about it. And that's a good sign that people are interested in, that you're onto something. Maybe you still have some changes to make, but maybe you're getting closer if people feel like so enthralled that they want to discuss every little nuance of the game.
Right on. So when max fun happens, that's when you know it's done.
I think so. It's really, again, like, I was comparing this to like science experiments earlier, but like I was saying, we're measuring fun here, and that's the hardest thing to measure, and it's something you just have to be able to observe in your play testers, and be able to make sure you're separating yourself from the game and you're watching your players.
That's definitely the hardest lesson we have for the designers we coach through Cudo plays, is like, be ready to kill your ideas because we want to rapidly iterate. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for today. Thank you so much, Jeff, for sharing. And stay tuned, folks, for the next presentation. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I'm really glad to be here. My name is Dave Dubin. I'm a faculty member at the University of Illinois School of Information Sciences. The title of my talk is A Spiral of Trust, and it concerns a game that was developed almost 60 years ago. It's part of an ongoing research project that I'm doing, and because this is a Cudo Plays talk, I'm going to focus on the development of the game and what I think are implications for game designers and for this community. But I need to situate that with a little bit of history, and so I'm just going to talk a little bit about Charles E. Osgood, who was a faculty member on our campus in psychology and in communications. And 60 years ago, he described our spiraling arms race with the Soviet Union as a metaphor with two guys on a seesaw, precariously balanced, but precariously balanced over an abyss. And if either of them makes the wrong move, then both of them plummet to their doom. But neither of them trusts the other. So what did they do? Well, as a psychologist, Osgood had worked in a number of different areas. He was responsible for the development of the notion of semantic differential, and he was instrumental in the transition from the behaviorist school of psychology to cognitivism. But this particular area of interest of his was the psychology of conflict resolution and negotiation. And so in the metaphor, he suggests that what has to happen is for the antagonists on the seesaw to somehow manage to take small steps toward the center to make the situation more stable, and to do so in the face of distrust, and knowing that, if either side could just, maintain balance and let the other guy fall, he might do that. So how do you propose to make that happen? And he called his proposal graduated reciprocation and tension reduction, which he abbreviated GRIT. And he wrote a book called An Alternative to War or Surrender, in which he lays out how this would apply in arms control negotiation, with the understanding that, although we would have to make limited, careful, unilateral concessions, we couldn't simply abandon all of our defensive capabilities or expect that the Soviets would do that either. So all this was around 1960, and within a couple of years, he had developed a game which would put players in the situation of a spiraling arms race, and would see whether it would be possible for any of them to end up winning the game, or whether everyone would lose. So just a little bit of more background on Osgood himself that sort of puts the game in context. From his PhD in Yale in psychology in 1946 to his presidency of the Peace Science Society in 1976, he was here on campus working actively until his health began to fail in the early 1980s. And he for a long time, he was the director of the Institute for Communications Research. He was, in the early 60s, the president of the American Psychological Association. He served from 1964 to 1971 on the Social Science Advisory Board of the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency, which was the sort of branch of the federal government that was responsible for conducting arms negotiations and developing these treaties. I'll point out that in 46 and 47, after the Second World War, with his work at the U.S. Office of Scientific Research and Development, that was not only the agency that had been responsible for the Manhattan Project and the development of the bomb, but Osgood's work there had been on sort of engineering psychology, human factors, training, gunners on the B-29 bomber, the bomber that had dropped the bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And of course, 1962, around the time that his book came out, we had the Cuban Missile Crisis, which my parents assure me was a really scary time to have lived through. And so this is the sort of, the atmosphere in which the game emerged. So what I'll do is I'll talk a little bit about the development of the game, but I want to show you what it looks like sort of mid-game, and talk a little bit about how it's played. And I invite you guys to think about this as designers, because I think you'll see that an awful lot of what's going on would seem to fly in the face of current trends for game design. So of course, I think that's fantastic and really interesting to look at. So here is a screenshot from Tabletop Simulator, which we've been using to play this. This is played with an ordinary deck of cards, or with two of them shuffled together, depending on the number of people who play. And I'll refer to the players as north, south, east, and west. So we've got a draw pile and a discard pile. Each of the four players has their some of their cards out in front of them. You don't see the hands of hidden cards that they have. And the two jokers in the discard pile indicate that the game is halfway over. If the draw pile runs out, it'll be shuffled together again. But since there are four players in the game, when a joker is seen for the fourth time, the game abruptly ends, and you count up points. And the only points that count in your favor are red cards. Hearts and diamonds are considered equivalent. They represent welfare resources, all the stuff in your country that is dedicated to making life better for your people. And diamonds and hearts are considered equivalent. What you want to do is to have them in a string that is a sequence, like 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or whatever. And each of those sequences is multiplied by the value of a head card. An ace will multiply by 5, a king will multiply by 4, a queen by 3, and a jack by 2. So you want to get like a straight in the color, in red. And so who's ahead? Well, we can't tell, because if any of the face down cards in front of the players are sequences of red cards, they're hidden. So we don't know who's ahead, and that's likely to be the case until the end of the game, or unless somebody attacks the other player, forcing them to reveal their cards and to give up some of them. The face down cards could be welfare cards. They could be black weapon cards, which work the same way. You want a sequence, which is multiplied by the value of the head card. The ones that are face down could only be used for defensive purposes, because they must be face up, as we see with the two ace strings and North's queen string. They must be face up if you're going to use them to attack. What we've got is South and West have got the two most powerful weapon forces on the board. These are nuclear armed forces, and either of them could launch an attack against the other, or against one of the other two players at any time. If they don't, or if they don't take up an entire turn to disarm, and you can only pick up one string at a time. You can't pick up multiple ones. If the game ends abruptly, any black cards that are on the table in front of you, either face down or face up, counts as points against you. Right now, South has a more powerful nuclear force than West, because 7654 is 22, and West has only got a 19. But even if South launches a nuclear strike against West, West might not retaliate, might hold back and just launch a counter strike against the other player. The only way that you can protect your red cards is to have them down on the table in a large enough string that the total value of the weapons will not exceed the value of the string. You can't protect them by keeping them in your hand, and you certainly can't score them by keeping them in your hand. I will note that the limited war force led by the Queen in front of North could be launched against East. East might be counting on help from the United Nations, but the problem is that United Nations, which is a sort of neutral force that is contributed to by all four players, although they would come to the aid of East if North attacks East, the problem is, although they've got a more powerful King of Spades, they won't use it because the United Nations will not accelerate the level of warfare. So if North launches against East, then East better have face-down defensive cards. So everyone who contributes to the UN is a member of it, and although the UN will come in to aid anyone who is attacked, including giving away some of those red cards to help rebuild the country, you only get to make decisions about how else to use the resources in the UN if you contribute and are a member of it. All right. So that's how the game is played, and I'll point out a couple of things about it. For one, it's played entirely with generic components. So at the time that Osgood was developing it in consultation with a small educational game publishing company in San Francisco, they talked about various ways of pimping it up. And they said, wouldn't it be cool if we packaged it with an alarm clock that was ticking loudly, so that like the tension of counting down till doomsday would happen. In the attempts to adapt it to the Plato 3 mainframe system here on campus, they thought about, not like alluding to cards, but to actual nuclear weapons or to, factories and things like that. But one of the things that has made it possible to really play it easily today, and to mean that we could just set it up in 10 minutes in Tabletop Simulator, is that it uses completely generic components. The other thing that you may have noticed about it is that you really can't win by optimal, independent, tactical, and strategic decisions. So this is not like a modern Euro game where, if you can just come up with the right engine building or strategic or tactical move, you'll probably, and you do that better than the other players, then you'll win. This is much more like playing Alan Calamer's Diplomacy or the Avalon Hill Dune game, but in this intense fog of war, because you can't even know for sure what cards might be, leading the game. You have, massive imperfect information and uncertainty. The 5 of diamonds that West has out is an open offer. He's hoping that someone will trade him a card. Maybe he's named the one that he wants. There are rules for how you make these offers and the difference between bilateral and multilateral trade and exchange. They're fairly simple rules. But the point is that like if South takes that 5 of diamonds and allows South to link up a 2-3-4 with a 6-7-8, then suddenly that might give South, and lead it with an ace of hearts, then South might leap dramatically into the lead, and West might not even know it. So you have this highly variable outcome, and having played it a few times with people, everyone I've played it with seems to have had a really good time. The outcome is highly variable. The game is completely unfair. It is highly dependent on the luck of the draw. And so I was in a game where one of the players just ended up with huge numbers of weapons and no red cards at all, and just announced to the others, well, I'm making my weapons visible, and I just want people to give me red cards, or I will begin attacking. And it became up to the other players to decide, well, how are they going to deal with that? All right, so a little bit about the sort of the development of the game, the history of it. As far as I can tell, in the archival research that I've done with Osgood's paper, the initial inspiration for the game was a letter and an NSF proposal that was shared with Osgood by Mark Pilisuk, who was another academic psychologist and conflict resolution scholar, part of a group at the University of Michigan who were instrumental in making conflict resolution a social science and preparing people for the sort of policy advisory role that Osgood himself played, as I showed you in his sort of career outline. And I think that Mark Pilisuk was trying to develop an instrument for his psychological research where he would put subjects in a sort of prisoner's dilemma, decision theory sort of situation, and formally assess how well these different sort of strategies would work and whether people would betray their allies and things like that. But it was very much a research instrument. And he complains in this initial thing that he's tried this sort of game with red cards representing welfare and black cards representing warfare, and that it doesn't seem to be a lot of fun. I'm still trying to find out whether this conversation went any further, but starting in 63, Osgood and colleagues here on campus developed their own version of this game, and they had a lot of improvements from playtesters at the Center for Gifted Child, Inc., which was a San Francisco-based educational publishing company. And so they got a lot of good stuff came out of it. So there was a version of the rules in manuscript form in 1964, but for all of the usual kinds of things, problems with licensing and marketing decisions, it never got formally published. And so the rules have sort of sat in the university archives for years. It was never commercially published. A revision came out in 1966, and in 1967 and 68, some students worked on a Plato 3 implementation, which again kind of got somewhere, but with all the usual problems of having students working on the programming and then graduating. The game online didn't really develop very far, even though it was part of the Plato project catalog up until the early 1970s. And so again, it's sort of ironic that in virtue of being an ordinary card game, we were able to get it going in 8 to 10 minutes on Tabletop Simulator these days. So before I open it up for questions, I want to acknowledge and thank people in the iSchool gamers and in the Cudo Plays community who tried this out with me, who played it with me, and also my colleagues at the University Archives who were so helpful in helping me get through the correspondence that Osgood had with the publishers and with the Plato administrators and the different versions of the rules manuscript. I thought it was really great that BJ, as a faculty member in communications himself, ended his presentation with, well, what's the path to success forward for an independent game designer? Well, if by success you mean that you want to make a commercially viable product, then I guess that's still an open question. But had Osgood merely published the rules in the manuscript form that he had as an appendix to his Alternative to War and Surrender book, or anything else, then it could have had even more. Could have been even more widely played than it has been. There an awful lot of development work was contributed by the playtesters at the Center for Gifted Children, Inc. Even though they were a very small company, I can only find records of about half a dozen games that they ever published. They probably did more, but they were always a niche publisher. And the product never took off, but it's an amazingly cool game. I would, as usual, when I give these talks, encourage designers to think about what Osgood did, which was crafting an experience for the player. He wasn't interested in a game that led to fairness. He was interested in putting people in this situation where you don't know who to trust, you don't know who's really winning, and it's all down to this sort of careful negotiation and this precarious balance to see if you can keep everyone from losing and hopefully come out ahead yourself. All the experiences that I've had have been fun, even though it seems to me to go very much against the usual trends in game design today. So that's what I got.
And thank you so much for sharing that. It's amazing that you were able to find the rules in the University Archive. I think that's so cool. We have a question from YouTube. Have you found any of the game code for the Play-Doh version, or just mentions of it?
All I've got is mentions of it. I think I've tracked down the guy who was the undergraduate programmer. I haven't been able to reach him yet, but I have a feeling that maybe the last thing that he wants to hear from someone who said, "You remember that project that you did when you were like 22 years old, decades ago?" I was hoping you'd tell me about it. I've found allusions to things, but even things like how many players it supported and how much of the game of Osgood's game it did. All these problems with digital preservation, but the fact that the original card game was in a paper manuscript meant that I know a lot more about that.
Right on. We're lucky that survived as well. I know digital preservation can be a huge headache for librarians in general, but another question is, have you thought about modeling the game to be more aligned with the current geopolitical state?
Well, I think you have the question of like, does the core of the game even reflect 1960? And not exactly, because we normally know who are the really rich countries and who aren't. So you could certainly think about superficially changing the look and feel of the game. And there are, I've talked in earlier seasons about the Engel matrix framework, which is being adapted to sort of counterterrorism training things. I think I mentioned that a year or two ago in the talk that I gave. Again, very much a sort of open framework with a limited number of rules, but putting people in interesting situations. But I think those are really sort of two different questions. How much does the core of the game really reflect either 1960 or 2020? And then it becomes a question, it seems to me, more of aesthetics of how you convey that and evoke that atmosphere.
Right on. I think it's interesting and unfortunate, like the entire genre of war games, because games, of course, are an abstraction of life, and you are only allowed to make the choices that the game allows you to make. So I think it makes sense and it's intriguing, but kind of sad that you are only allowed to either like share or hurt people in the game you described, and there's like no neutrality option, it seems. Is that accurate, or did I miss?
Well, the rules are quite open. There are rules for making unilateral trades, for making multilateral trades. You can put like the 5 of diamonds could have gone directly in front of you, and then you could have decided whether to trade with me or not. But there are also rules for just giving cards away. And in one game, someone said to me, "Well, who would use that? Who would use that to just give stuff away?" And then we were in the game where the player who ended up sort of feeling like North Korea with extreme poverty and a huge amount of weapons just said, "I think we're going to use these rules now, because if you don't start giving me stuff, I'm going to make trouble." Right? So in our experience so far, no two games have been alike, and there's a lot of parameters open for what could happen. It's not like a tabletop role-playing game where almost anything could happen, but socially and the sort of politics of it, there's a lot of room for different things to go on.
That's true. I guess I should give peace a chance in there. Let's see. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for, but thank you so
Hmm.
much for sharing with us today, and for finding that game. I'll try and play with you sometime on Tabletop Simulator now that I know more about it.
I hope you will. We'll see any of the Cudo Place people. Would be, love to try it out some more.
Right on. Thanks, Dave.
Right. Cheers.
I think we are on. Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Corrao. I am a designer and marketer. I started off at Panda Game Manufacturing, being a pre-press specialist and social media manager. I participated in Cudo Plays with your friend Ben Moy in 2015, and now I am a full-time marketer. And I'm here to talk about, promoting in a pandemic. And sorry to put this image in front. It might be making some of us sad. I know it definitely made me a little bit sad, but we obviously want to move forward and figure out how we can promote our games for ourselves and also to pitch to publishers. And as I was going through this presentation, realizing these are also just probably some things you should do anyway. So we'll go ahead and jump in. There's quite a bit to talk about, and let's go ahead and start it off. So the first thing you're really going to want to do is understand your game and your brand. And what does that mean? And starting at the top here, what is it that sets you apart? And that could be your theme of your game. It could be a specific mechanic. The way that you've structured those mechanics are unique to your game. Maybe it's some art. Maybe it's the art style. Maybe it's something you really want to bring attention to that makes you stand apart. As we all know, the board game industry is fairly saturated, and it gets harder and harder every game that gets released to really stand out in that market. And that's really where you want to gear your marketing towards, is what lets you stand apart. And as a designer trying to pitch to a publisher, why do you fit a certain publisher? How does the thing that sets you apart match that publisher you would like to present to moving forward? So really considering these types of things will allow you to work on the things that we're going to talk about later in this presentation. The next thing you really need to think about is, what is your voice and who is your voice? And what I mean by your voice is, as we digitize your whole game experience, the playtesting experience, the marketing experience, you really need to consider, who is it you are presenting as? Is it a page where you are coming off as a designer? Is it your Facebook page as your brand, a company? Is it, for example, you have a jungle-themed game, right? Is your voice coming from someone in that game universe that is telling the story of your game? This will allow you to tool all of your marketing to keep a consistent voice throughout. And that's extremely important to understand before starting on the journey of your marketing. And then really, really important, who is your audience? And there's a lot of overlay between your audience of your game itself and the marketing for your game. Now, there's a couple things. There's a primary audience, right? And that may be where, obviously, gamers, right? But where does that sit? Is it a light game, medium game, more heavyweight game? Is it based on your theme? For example, you have a lightweight sports game, so your primary audience is someone who loves sports in the board game industry, but also loves those lightweight games. Secondary audiences and tertiary audiences, you have to really start to consider who might possibly be interested in this game. So for example, let's go back to that sports game analogy. Will people who love sports, maybe baseball, is it a baseball game? People who love baseball, will they like your game? Will people who even like certain types of art? It really depends, and you should really establish that out the get-go before moving forward with any of your marketing efforts. You want to use this as the groundwork to really prepare anything moving forward. The next thing you're going to want to do is set the stage. And by that, you want to put together all of your platforms, essentially making your home to where you can start to bring people in. We don't have that opportunity right now to attend these conventions where you have this mobile home, right? And that is yourself. You are going to these places, speaking to people. You are telling them what sets you apart. You are handing them things. You have these play tests that are going on that you are specifically at or you are presenting to. And we don't really have those right now. So essentially, we need to set up those areas for yourself to bring people into. And that starts off with social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, if you want a Snapchat account, if you want, anything like that. And it's really, really important to establish goals for those platforms. So for example, is your Instagram solely used? If you have a game that is more focused on its art, Do you want to use that Instagram to really highlight the art of your game? Are you using that Instagram to highlight people doing playthroughs? Is it mainly focused on ads for your game? Twitter, are these quick updates saying I'm here or we are doing a live stream or things like that? Or is it used for feedback? Same thing for your Facebook. What are the goals of your pages and creating mission statements for your social media platform? Spray and pray mindset, which is put everything out on the table and see what works. The next thing you will want to do is put together a website. And this doesn't have to be you're going to GoDaddy.com and registering a URL. This can be quite literally signing up for a free Wix site and a free Squarespace page and just setting up a landing page to lead to what is the next point here, an email list. And this email list is essentially you are bringing people to an email list to send out information about your game, send out updates, build a community to maybe drive towards playtests. And there are a lot of free services you can utilize to link to a web page and create submission forms. And a lot of these things have a lot of really easy to follow tutorials online, such as for MailChimp, Sendinblue, and you have to really make sure that these platforms have and can utilize subscription forms that can embed on these web pages. And the information I'm putting forward is things that you can easily search on YouTube and find tutorials for. And again, we don't have the opportunity to bring a form to a convention and have everyone sign in and put in all these emails in your send box for your Gmail account. We don't have the opportunity. So you want to create places to direct people to sign up for email lists. The last thing here is you want to set up a separate Google account or a separate folder in your personal Gmail to allow to filter some of the efforts and marketing efforts you'll be utilizing for your game and as a designer for future projects. Now, you want to use Google for obviously surveys, Google Meet to potentially have live stream playtest events for yourself. And Google Analytics. And Google Analytics, again, a lot of tutorials online you can look through, but use Google Analytics to essentially track visits, track if you are on a Kickstarter page, you can actually link Google Analytics to your Kickstarter and actually see where people are coming to and from so you can better direct your marketing. So for example, you have a lot of people who are coming in through Facebook, but you really want more people to come in through maybe your link on your profile on Instagram. Google Analytics will actually tell you how to do that. And essentially, this is set the stage to move forward and really begin to start creating those assets. And that's essentially where we come to digitizing. Now, we need to digitize first and foremost your game and that game experience. And that can involve a PNP, a print and play PDF, where you can email this out to people and send it out. And you can make this, depending on how your game works and how it structures, you can do this in a simple PDF in Microsoft Word, or you can go all the way up to Game Crafter if it so fits your budget and how your game works, and send this out to people. But you really need to make it easier for people to get their hands on your game. And if people are not coming together, your game needs to go to them. And you need to begin that process and find a way to digitize that game. The next thing would be gameplay videos. We all have little mini high quality cameras, our cell phones, and these can film at 4K, and you can have that directly in front of you, have your game, it could be filming down, and just a quick gameplay of how to play your game, something that allows people to get your print and play, watch this video, and easily figure it out. And you want to essentially look at your process of how a playtest would go and digitize every step. So we've gone through establishing the game, explaining the game, which is what you would do at the beginning of your presentation during a playtest. And then the next thing you want to do is maybe consider a live stream gameplay event. So you can just go to your Facebook page that you have set up and stream an event where maybe you have found a way to put this on maybe Tabletopia or Roll20, some of these digital formats, and actually stream this. Or if it suits your game, having people actually have personal downloads in their home, right? And they're playing via their own cameras. So really considering those live formats. And the last thing you're going to want to do there is ensure you have feedback forms. We don't have those printed sheets where you can hand out and collect them manually. So you'll want to use things like Google Forms, SurveyMonkey, things where you can get feedback directly through these digital platforms to essentially create this suite of your entire playtest. Now, the next thing here is definitely going to come towards people who are trying to meet with a publisher, or you're trying to find reviewers for your Kickstarter, and that is a content marketing kit. And a content marketing kit contains a few things, right? It's the thing that you essentially send out to this person to explain, this is my game, this is what I want you to see, this is what I want you to understand. I would like you to promote it, or I would like you to publish it. And that comes with a couple of things, right? Starting with a thank you letter. And you really want to thank the person for their time for reviewing your game. And this has to be themed. It can be themed. You can, if you're a designer, design something within your visual theme. It can be a Word document. It could be something fairly simple that just says, thank you for taking the time. This is what I'm looking for. Please let me know what you think. XYZ, depending on what your situation is. The next thing needs to be your elevator pitch, your sell sheet. This needs to have a quick splash image of what your game is, the one or two things, 2 to 3 things that your game really has going for it. Those things that, what is your main asset? What is the thing that brings people in that we talked about in the beginning? The important highlights you would want maybe a reviewer to discuss or a publisher to really understand, right? So for example, if you are sending this out to a reviewer or sending this out to someone who's going to put an ad on their YouTube video, say, I would like you to discuss this, or these are the reasons I would like people to back. These are things I would like you to talk about in your video. You really want to have all of these types of things laid out for this person in a nice, cohesive way. And that's essentially what this content marketing kit is. The last thing you will want to include is any art or other visual assets, high quality art files, video files, GIFs, anything you want them to get more flavor, or if they're featuring in a video, to essentially upload into their own video. You're creating all of this content to be able to say, you're a publisher, here's everything you need to know. I don't need to find time in your day. And most likely they're just as busy as everyone else and trying to find out how they can change their process to find new games. Send an email, here's my kit, here's everything I would need, and we are taking that entire publisher meeting session into a digital format so you can market it in one email. And that's really what we want to do with those content marketing kits. The next step here, follow and engage. Once all the stage is set, you know how you respond to messages, you know where you stand, you know what you're doing, you have all your assets and content marketing kit ready. Begin following other groups and begin engaging. And they could be designer pages or designer groups. Later today, you should definitely sit in on colleague Ben Moy here, your friend Ben Moy. And Ben and I actually worked on, this is our game Savatile from 2015 from Cudo Plays, and you can see him engaging with some playtesters in this image. But make sure to stay for his talk about the value of being an active community member at 4. But make sure you are joining these pages and engaging with them. And you're engaging, it depends on their rules, but a lot of these designer pages really want you to just engage as a designer. And there's no promoting at their page. Think about it this way. You wouldn't just go into a playtesting hall, such as the one in this photo, and stand there saying, follow my Kickstarter, follow my Kickstarter. That's not really what you would do. So you really want to approach that with feedback in mind, and posting art, posting a rule book, posting your Kickstarter page, engaging with them. By this, you're actually creating people who might feel more invested because they've been giving feedback and will more likely want to help you. And the more you engage with them, it's back and forth. You're joining that community, and Ben will go more into detail at 4 o'clock with that. Following convention Facebook pages, right? For example, Gen Con was completely digitized this year. You need to follow all these conventions and see what are they doing to meet this pandemic. What are they doing to keep their conventions going? And there might be opportunities for you as a designer or as your own private company that you can take advantage of and promote your game. So really make sure you are staying on top of that and joining the discussion with these convention pages. The next thing is make sure you are sharing and engaging with other Kickstarters if you are looking to start your own. Put into your social media schedule that you share someone's Kickstarter every week. And make sure they're potentially in the same vein as yours, because if you are sharing theirs, they're most likely going to feel that they would like to share yours as well. And if there's overlapping audience there, and definitely review the audience of that Kickstarter campaign, because if there is overlap, you might be able to piggyback off of each other's audiences. And that is a benefit to engaging with other Kickstarter pages. And as we talked about, I just mentioned a social media schedule. These are things that you can consistently keep going to ensure that your engagement on your platforms is consistent. You want to ensure that people are rewarded for following you the same way that you would go to conventions and you would meet with the same people every time and say, I played this at Gen Con and I loved it. It's so great to see you at Origins. These are the types of things you want to reward. So really consider that. Then Facebook ads. If you want to take the opportunity to look through Facebook ads, highly suggest it. You can quite literally spend $10 and get a potential 1,000 people viewing your ad or even just your post. And there are a lot of YouTube videos to review that. All right. And the last thing I'm going to really touch on here is ROI. And this, I'm sorry, this is the math portion of my presentation, and that is return on investment. Investment is not just money. It is your time. It is everything that will cost you. And really consider engagement from a return on investment standpoint and not just followers. And this is more towards reviewers and more towards people who are in fact promoting your game. Make sure you establish a budget for anyone or any external marketing efforts you would like to take advantage of. Track all of these efforts. See how they perform, and you can utilize these in Facebook ads, Google Analytics. Again, YouTube videos will be your friend when utilizing these platforms, but always track the results and see, for example, if you reached a certain audience that you have noticed has really taken a liking to your content or your game, make sure you direct that towards them, change your strategy. And we're going to go ahead and take a look here at referral links, and this will really put a sphere around what return on investment is, right? So let's take a look at, for example, you want to pay someone $1,000 to do a review of your game. However, it's only going to be a 30-second chunk of their video. Maybe they're just highlighting it. They have 50,000 subscribers. However, they only have 1,000 views per video. And that's where we're talking about engagement, not followers. If their engagement is only 1,000 per video, then you're really only getting that 1,000. The odds that you will get the 50,000 if their engagement is only 1,000 per video is low. So really consider that. So if we're looking at this, it's $1,000 for the full review, and you would divide that by the cost of your game. And that's how many backers you would need to get a return on your investment of $1,000. Now, you don't want to just meet your investment. You want to exceed your investment if possible. But so if you take a look at 33 to 34 backers, that's only about a 3.3 click-through rate. And that click-through rate is essentially saying how many people in that video are going to click through to my page or my campaign. Now, something to keep in mind is in 2018, YouTube's click-through rate was only 0.33%. And there are a lot of other factors that actually bring that down. If you're in the middle of a video or the back half, those odds actually go down. So these are types of things you really, really need to consider before investing in someone promoting your game or someone reviewing your game. Make sure that return on investment is calculated and that you can really consider if that fits within your budget and how you can maximize that. I know that's a lot of information, but the very, very last thing that I will suggest, use the shameless plug if you have the opportunity. So I will end today by saying I have a Kickstarter coming around on November 10th for something called The Wanderer's Guide. It is an immersive fantasy atlas featuring multiple perspectives for your RPG campaigns like Dungeons and Dragons. And it actually features art by Andrew Bosley. Feel free to follow us on any of these platforms. Definitely, I appreciate all of your time today. Thank you so, so much, and really appreciate it.
Thanks, Alex, for sharing your insights. I have a quick question about, let's see, one of the things you mentioned is that designers and different like design houses can share other people's Kickstarters in order to kind of get that reciprocal relationship with either other people's audiences or other Kickstarters. And that's one of my favorite things about the board game industry for sure, that everybody is friendly for market purposes. maybe a little bit, but also in general, just to share
Yeah.
information. Can you give us examples of like Kickstarters you followed and shared in order to prepare for the release of your project?
Yeah, absolutely. So, for example, there is a project called Immersive Battle Maps. And to us, we look at our project, which is, for example, an fantasy art atlas. And it just considers the overworld possibilities. It doesn't go into, for example, individual battles within a D&D campaign or a role-playing game campaign. So we looked at campaigns that essentially expanded upon our product and saw immersive battle maps, which is essentially detailed art maps that go down to the battle phase of these games. So we reached out, we shared his campaign, and essentially we're saying, we'll share yours, you share ours, and potentially market with each other in the future. And then we can work in tandem to expand both of our audiences. So for example, we could put together maybe a kit where we sell all options of ours and theirs. We work together in that way. So for example, if you find someone else's game that is not the same as yours, but theirs offers a different tweak or maybe a different approach to something, but you like theirs, but yours works in areas theirs doesn't and might hit different audiences, you'll want to talk with them and say, hey, we kind of have a similar look or we have a similar feel, maybe a similar mission to our games, but they work differently. And maybe we can work together to expand both of our audiences.
Right on. That's such an important lesson for like burgeoning game designers
Mhm.
and game design areas like that. I know it's something that we talk about a lot in Cudo Plays that one of the things that we've done in past seasons is when someone pitches their game to us, we always give them kind of like homework, like, okay, you
Mhm.
should play these 3 games so you can see
Exactly.
how they're similar. And for some novice designers, it discourages them, but we let people know it's like, no, it's good to understand how
It
you are
is. Yeah,
different and how that works. Oh,
exactly.
I have
Exactly.
a question from YouTube.
Awesome.
Let's see. Oh, it's just our friend and committee member Andrew giving his specific thanks for specific numbers. Let's see.
Yeah, absolutely.
0.33% is super useful. Will do. So, Andrew, you get that shout out. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Let's see. You talked a little bit about how the games and game designers need to kind of like know thyself before they can like put out their let's see, basically their message and advertisement and promotions,
Mhm.
and talked a little bit about how they need to have like goals of what they want. Can you
Yeah.
share? I know this is putting you on the spot a little bit, but is it possible for you to share examples of 2 different goals from 2 different games or game design houses that were like wildly different?
As in goals, as in just their approach, or how
Their
would you?
audience reach, I suppose, or like how they want to come off to to players.
Yeah, absolutely. So someone who's there's a design house, there's Keymaster Games. They actually have a really amazing approach to their social media. They actually market their games fairly well. They have really, really consistent social media presence, but they're really promoting themselves as part of their brand. And they're actually watch Keymaster Games do playthroughs of their game. They do live playthroughs quite a bit, but they also have a very consistent art style that they stay true to across all of their games. So their goal is to consistently expand upon their games within a similar visual universe. At least that's what in the past, I have worked with them at Panda, but also met them at conventions, and I have quite a bit of their games. But one of their goals is to stay within that visual universe and expand upon that. But also from a social media engagement standpoint, they're really engaging with the people that they follow, and they aren't standing back and saying, here's our games, and that's all we are. They want to engage with people, and you can see that in their social media. You can see that in how they talk with people at conventions. So they're a really fantastic approach. Now, if you look at others, and it's harder to give in a more specific example, right? But if you look at maybe, for example, bigger communities or like CMON or bigger businesses like Asmodee, right? It gets harder and harder to interact with people. But when you look at people that may be hired to be representatives of those brands, right? Then you can get a better idea of how their goals match their games. And maybe there's a representative that is hired, because there are different ways social media managers can interact. And that is just promoting for the company or being someone who is engaging directly. I know, for example, Daniel Zayas, who promotes himself as someone who's engaging with people. He has different social media pages that he works with, and he's really, really engaging with a lot of people. And that's part of his brand, but also anything he works on. And so there are things like that. So it really kind of depends on the company's mission. And you can really understand that by following them on social media and looking at what they do.
Right.
Hopefully that answered your question.
It does. I'm afraid that we're out of time, but if you want to hop on the Playful by Design YouTube stream, I believe we have a question that someone would love for you to answer, which is just about one of our previous presenters, BJ Gailey, said he noticed creators' faces disappearing from Kickstarter videos. And if you have any idea like why they might be happening in a promotional stance, we'd love to hear about it on the YouTube thing. But for now, we have to bounce. Thank you so much for sharing today, Alex.
Thank you.
thought you would put a 20-minute timer so that you knew when the Q&A.
I don't want it to go off while we're talking. So I include the Q&A and we just have to stop it at 5 minutes.
Hey guys, what's up? We're going to share some slides and talk about our indie RPG Business Wizards. So Pat, do you want to just go ahead and pull that up and we'll introduce ourselves? Or should we do should we do intros with our faces?
Yeah, let's do intros with our faces.
Awesome. So I'm Nat Mesnard.
I'm Patrick Watson.
And what should we say about ourselves? What do you want these guys to know about you?
Well, you know, I used to teach at the University of Illinois in neuroscience, and now I teach at Minerva, which is a international university, and develop games here in New York, among which is Business Wizards, which we're going to talk about today.
Yeah.
How about you? What do you want to tell the folks at home?
Good question. I also used to teach at the University of Illinois. I was in the English department where I got an MFA in creative writing. I now live in New York with Patrick, where I teach narrative design at Pratt Institute's Game Design and Interactive Media program. And I also work for the commercial indie video game studio, Eline Media. Eline has made titles such as Never Alone and Beyond Blue. And I work on educational games, games for impact, and learning design there. So I have actually become a game designer in part because of doing Cudo Plays. And you guys will hear a little bit about that as we get into our talk about this game we have made called Business Wizards.
So do you want to get started just talking in general about kind of how we came to the idea of Business Wizards and our rocky path to publication and success?
Sure. Absolutely. So I'll kick off the talk and then I'll pass the baton to Patrick to get into some of the details on mechanics. So our quick take over the next 20 minutes on Business Wizards is going to take you through a magical journey from board game to indie RPG and amateur to industry pro. That is both in reference to Patrick and I. Our game making practice is Oat and Noodle Studios. You see our logo here on the first slide. And we actually started making games together in it was 2016, right?
I think that's about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 4 years ago now. Yeah.
Yeah. 2016 Cudo Plays was our first time collaborating. And we made a game in 2016 called Democracy. So for all you Cudo Plays folks out there, I often see this in the promo photos and just different materials that the great folks at Cudo Plays use to kind of brand events and stuff on the website. And I definitely think part of that is because the absolutely wonderful Katie Cow.
I was just about to say, Katie Cow is super hot. That's why they do that.
That's right. She helped us with the art for this game. So if you're familiar with Katie's art, you will recognize that on the components for this. It was a pirate-themed loot-splitting game that started with an idea that Patrick came up with.
Yeah, so I wanted to make a game about kind of negotiation and democracy and building coalitions and working together. And I was like, oh, it's going to be super fun. It'll be like Madisonian democracy and everyone will have powdered wigs. And Natalie was like, maybe pirates are more fun than that. And I guess that's right. So we made a pirate game. So it was way better as a pirate game. We had a lot of fun making it. We had a lot of fun play testing it. Cudo Plays is a really great framework for us to work in to initially develop the game and try out the basic ideas. Going through the process of Cudo Plays was like going through 2 years of working alone, just based on the amount of feedback we got and the amount of we were able to actually play the game.
So great to have that much play testing. I can't even tell you how hard it is to find a community like that when you move. And we were very sad to move away from Cudo Plays. I think we must have moved the year after that in 2017. We relocated to New York City and tried to find our way among the folks who make and play games here in New York State. And yeah, we kept thinking about board games, we kept working, and of course we were trying to publish Democracy at this time because we wanted to sell it. We didn't want to do a Kickstarter for this one because Patrick and I do a million creative projects, and we were hoping to find a publisher who would do the selling part for us, which we're both pretty bad at
Also,
selling.
we live in New York, we have a small apartment, and we don't have a garage. And everybody who kickstarts a game has this moment where they store like 1,000 copies of their game in their garage. Not having a garage, we hope to borrow our publisher's garage.
Exactly. I mean, warehousing, you get into that and you realize what a massive undertaking it is to kickstart a game. So we had this prototype. It's our first game. We're super excited about it. And we had some trouble getting it published, as is often the case with an early product, especially when you're creating in a new discipline. We're very experienced creatives, but we were new to the process of designing board games, and we were kind of frustrated by this one. And I think in part to let off steam, we started designing this new game. And this was so much more wacky and less high stakes than the loose splitting game. This was our early prototype of Bizards.
Yeah, it started with basically it started when we all were sitting around the table with some of our friends from Cudo, and we realized that it was very fun to pretend to be wizards who are having a business meeting, to like stroke your imaginary beard and say, oh yes, wise counsel, the 4th quarterly reports are doing very well. And that was just so much fun that we were like, oh, we make a game about that. And so we had a lot of silly stuff in it. Like you would make it a little dungeon out of Post-it notes where you'd write different things on it. You'd flip up, these are some of the cards we have, like, your stales are being stocked by Amazons.com. We'd have all these wacky business stroke wizard scenarios that would come up.
Yeah.
All kinds of goofy stuff in there.
I know. I mean, we were so much in this like designing a board game mentality that we thought of everything, regardless of what we wanted to do, we would try to make it into a component. So an example of this was like, the pens in it are going to be like these like feather magical pens.
They're dope pens.
I ordered these pens and I'm still really obsessed with those pens, and I never regret that decision. However, Patrick would be like, why are you ordering these insane pens on Amazon?
The game needs to stand on its own 2 feet. It can't just be about having cool pens. If that's about pens, they'll just order them from Amazon.
Right.
And our sales will be stocked by Amazons.com.
Well, I mean, and the thing that was funny about that is, I think a board game has to create joy really through mechanics. You need to have a gameplay loop that scratches that itch, right? The itch to have a satisfying set of mechanics, a meaningful experience of strategy. And when you get into the space of like ordering feather pens, you're getting a little bit outside of the audience who love board games.
You're starting to polish a product that is, if it's not enough on its own, it doesn't need this layer of polish. That polish can make it really sing. But if it's not already singing, maybe you need to take a look at the mechanics again.
Right.
So anyway, we're taking this game around.
We're trying to figure it out, right? And we're trying very hard because we love making games and we want to succeed, right? We've had a problem with this other game, which was very successful with the audience of Cudo, and we just loved playing it with everyone there in Champaign-Urbana. But getting it to the wider audience was tough. With this one, I'm ordering these pens, and Patrick's like, there's something that's not right about this, but I don't exactly know what's going on. So this took us out into the world of game design conventions and festivals. And we made our entry into this world, in fact, through winning a prize with Democracy and Cudo Plays that led us to submit Democracy to Indiecade.
Oh yeah, so there are a bunch of these, kind of game designers festivals. Cudo Plays got us to Indiecade, and it was kind of this process of, we take a game to this con, we meet a bunch of people, we learn about these other cons, we start developing these other games so that we can go to these other cons, and it becomes this big snowball effect where we kind of build up this network of people. And that takes several years. It takes I think about 3 years of going to all of these different cons before the kind of critical event happens with Business Wizards.
Yes. And there was a critical event that happened for us. We were rolling up this, I've heard people call it a con katamari. We were rolling up this katamari of people. And, we had these frustrations of wanting to be published designers and to have a game on the market. But we also had this sort of side objective of feeling lonely in New York and really wanting to see people that enjoy what we enjoy and hang out with friends.
This is kind of where we would meet the Cudo Plays people every year.
Yeah. We would be like, oh my God, we're so glad to see you guys. Yeah. And we would hang out. We hung out with a bunch of the Cudo folks at Indiecade the second year we went, which incidentally, we submitted Blizzards that year and it did not get taken. But we ended up being able to do a talk as folks who had submitted a game. We branched out into some slightly more local cons and festivals that happen here in our area. And the one that was probably the most critical for us was Metatopia. Unpub is another good one. Metatopia and Unpub, I cannot recommend these events enough. They are worth traveling to go to because they are mass gatherings of game designers.
Specifically designers.
Yep. So, we didn't put the logo for PAX Unplugged on this list, even though we have gone to PAX Unplugged several times.
Yeah.
Because PAX Unplugged is commercial, so it faces the folks who are buying board games more than it faces people who are making them.
Yep.
But Unpub and Metatopia are for people like us. And Metatopia specifically was where we had this critical shift, where we finally understood that what we might be making isn't in fact a traditional box board game with components, but is in fact an indie RPG. So through hanging out with folks at Unpub and later Metatopia, we made contact with the absolutely wonderful folks who run Ninth Level Games.
This is Ninth Level's logo in the lower right-hand corner. It's very cryptic, but that's Ninth Level. So the folks at Ninth Level, we had a wonderful exchange with them. They actually came and played Blizzards in its kind of unfinished state. And Heather O'Neill, who is one of the leads there, played the game, really enjoyed the game, and came to us and said something very simple: have you considered making this an RPG? And it was really impactful to us to hear that from her, both because she was interested in it and because this is a game that started out just pretending to be wizards at a business meeting, and someone comes up to us and finally is just like, clear all these other mechanics out of here. Why don't you guys just pretend to be wizards at a business meeting? That's really funny. That's a really fun experience. And so at that moment, we said, oh, well, we got to kind of recreate the game. That is actually the fun part of the game. And the other thing that Heather told us about is that the Ninth Level Games was creating a series of these games within this system called Polymorph. So Polymorph is kind of their proprietary system. And they had this one very successful game come out. The first one that came out is kind of their fantasy D&D one. It's called Mazes. And then their second one, which came out, is this one, which is the Excellence, which is sort of kind of the Princesses from Adventure Time, the role-playing game. And so it's really fun. It's really light. It's a great game for kind of one-shots, pick up and plays. And so Heather gave us a copy of Excellence and said, read through this and think about how you might make Blizzards into a role-playing game kind of in this genre, in this system.
Yeah. And one of the things that I think we immediately knew was that we want to work with Heather and the other two folks at Ninth Level, Chris and Adriel, because they like bad puns as much as we do. Like we sat there and just riffed with them for hours, making puns about things like Blizzards and so forth. And they were just really on board with our humor. And we were almost of course we want to do this, but also the more we get to hang out with them, the more fun we're going to have in our lives. So we were just please let us hang out with you more. And also, yes, we really want to do this.
Yeah, so we started going through the excellence, and a lot of turning Blizzards into an RPG was taking systems that existed in this polymorph system and adapting them to a business world. So the princesses might go out into the world, and they would kind of do, every polymorph game we talk about the moves. There are like 4 basic moves that the different characters can do. So for the princess, those are, books, which is kind of like brain stuff, shoes, running around, sword, which is fighting, and heart, which is kind of like courage. And so, of course, what are the business equivalents? We sat down and said, it's like, oh, well, how about ideate? How about perpetrate? How about liquidate? How about delegate, right? So it was a lot of fun to just spend a lot of time in looking at this system that, is kind of a framework that we could work in, but then trying to just take all the ideas that we had while we worked on Blizzards and just riff those into this system.
And so we spent a period of months working on a draft of Blizzards for this system, adapting it to polymorph, expanding the world building we had already done. And we, in concert with 9th Level Games and their art folks, also contributing many delicious and wonderful puns, we now have an indie RPG called Business Wizards.
Yeah. So Business Wizards, the wonderful, the same artist who did Excellence did the art for Business Wizards. It's so wonderful. We thought it was so funny. It so captured a lot of the things that were going on in the game.
Yes. And her name is Tina Bongiorno.
Thank you. Thank
you.
Yeah. So Tina Bongiorno did all this art for us. It's great. We got to make a character sheet for a Business Wizard with all kinds of hilarious jokes like, what's your Arcana Mater? What degree did you get? Right. When a wizard gets hurt or injured, they can be crabby or they can be existential, right?
Or just done.
And we did, in fact, manage to keep the sticky notes. So one of the major mechanics in the game is you still write your spells out on sticky notes. And then when you want to use them, you grab them and you just stick them somewhere on the character sheet and you write your spell on it. So we, some of the original mechanics did make it through even after this big adaptation. But, a lot of that structure that makes a board game feel like, the system of rolling rules is gone. And it's more just about storytelling, which is really where we started. And so maybe, sometimes it takes you about 3 years to realize what you know.
Yeah, and just flip forward and we'll just show, these are just some flavor slides to give you a sense of like what the interior of this book looks like. It's a small, like sort of zine size book. It's fairly thick. And the big learning experience for me with this was I started it out wanting to use a mechanic that had to do with exquisite corpse, which in the writing world, it's sort of a collaborative storytelling mechanic. And there's already mechanics for collaborative storytelling, and those mechanics are in the RPG world, and it's been really cool to make this transition because it really just caught a flame, much like this staple pulling. It was so easy to make this when we found the right place for it, both in the industry and also as far as a rule set and an underlying game system that worked for the story that we wanted to tell.
Yeah, and a lot of the, we really have to share some credit with this with our great publisher at 9th Level, with Tina, our artist. All of this stuff kind of flows out of their imagination. So it was this really great experience of kind of riffing off their ideas. So they, for instance, we knew that we wanted to have different departments that have different abilities. And 9th Level, Chris O'Neill actually said like, no, I really want to do the departments. And so wrote down a big chunk of departments that we then added to this gelatinous cubicle. We knew we were going to, like, the joke about gelatinous cubicle came up. There's also a mimic copy machine, a mimicograph. So there were a lot of hilarious jokes that kind of flowed out of the art as well. So the experience of really going through it and making it into a product was a lot of fun.
It was really fun. It was really fun.
Much easier than making a board game, incidentally.
It was a lot of friction with the board game, and with this, I mean, part of what was cool is there's already an industry niche for this that we were going into with the excellence. And having that comp was really helpful in us seeing this as a real product. So, you know,
Shameless plug time.
Shameless plug, and also time for questions. I'm going to just take 30 seconds to say, Business Wizards is out in November. We're taking pre-orders now on the 9th level website. So if you're interested in pretending to be a business wizard, you can head there. And then we also have online hosted RPG sessions being run at startplaying.games, where you can play Business Wizards and also the Excellence. You can search the game name right there on startplaying.games. So if you go up to search for or find a game, I think is the button you want to click on, search for Business Wizards, and you'll see all the available sessions. Many of those are run by us, though we actually have a whole slate of amazing professional game masters who run games for 9th level.
Yeah, this is a thing that's kind of come out of the pandemic, is that now there's a lot of online play. And one of the funny things about playing Business Wizards is like we get to make lots of silly PowerPoint presentations like this one when we play. So it's actually been kind of interesting to see how the game has evolved in the online space as well.
Yep.
Yeah, so let's take some questions.
Yeah, we would love to hear from the folks out there if there are any.
I have a couple of questions for sure. So congratulations, first of all, on Business Wizards. It looks amazing, and it's I'm kind of like gobsmacked. It's like, yeah, it was a role-playing game all along. We were playing it.
Remember when we were playing it?
How did we not see? I just have a quick question about, so clearly with Democracy and with Business Wizards or Bizzards, you guys are a very like pun-based creative group, it seems. Is that like true of like all of the games you've created together? And can you give some examples of those, or?
That's a really good question. What do you think?
I think the answer is no. I think that there's kind of a subgenre of games we have that are sort of like the madcap silly games, and Democracy and Business Wizards both fit into that category. But another game that we actually created and actually 9th level published as part of their free RPG day in a magazine called Level 1 was a very sort of like almost like Zodiac based, astrology based game, where it was just about picking out these different symbols and just talking about
telling
how they represented you.
Yeah. So we do have a more like serious, like evocative side. I also want to just briefly plug a game that I'm excited about working on that we're doing, that it's sort of like it overlaps with our wacky stuff. But it's less punny, and it's like a Hobbit cooking game. So the idea there isn't so clownish, but it's still like, let's pretend to be hobbits that are like all sharing an oven.
And shuffling pies in and out. So like we try to make games that are fun, Katie.
Right on. A lot of experiential stuff. We
Definitely.
Have a question from YouTube. How separate or connected would you say the board game community and the RPG community are?
That's a really good question.
That's a really astute question.
I mean, one thing that I would say is interesting is they coexist really well in certain spaces. And that's really on display if you go to a con like Metatopia. There are very crunchy, very strategic board games there. I mean, you play tested like a war game there, right?
Oh yeah. Like a miniature dudes on a map.
Yeah.
Board game, yeah.
You know, of course, like I went and play tested like a Hack of for the Queen that was about non-binary werewolves. And so it's amazing to go to cons like that because like everyone's sort of trying to figure out how to be in the same space. So I feel like they can be compatible, and there are people that cross into both, but I also feel like they scratch really different itches and fulfill a totally different need.
Yeah.
And sometimes those needs inhabit the same people, and other times it's different, and someone will have only one but not the other one.
They're different activities, and people being very diverse can go and play those different sort of activities, but it's very rare that you'd create something that was intended to hit both, you know, hardcore board game audience and even like just fun party board game audience. Like the niches that games are built for are very small.
I will say that I think that there is one game that really does hit both, and it is Gloom. And being able to design something as brilliant as Gloom is a massive accomplishment. And it's something that I would love to accomplish. But I mean, we actually met the creator of Gloom at PAX Unplugged. And I mean, that guy has been working in the industry for basically his entire adult life. And Gloom is his most successful thing he's ever created. So it's not like he just like cracked off Gloom like right at the beginning. And, relatively speaking, we said we've been doing this for about 4 years. So like, maybe someday we'll create that like perfect one that appeals to everybody.
Right on. Well, we'll look for it from you guys. And I think that that's all the time that we have. Thank you so much for sharing with us today. I cannot wait to play Business Wizards.
Yay.
Back here in Champaign.
Thanks so much, Katie.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm your friend, Ben Moy, and this is my talk, Value in Community, something along those lines. I have been how I got into games is as a participant in the friendly local board game design competition in Champaign-Urbana called Cudo Plays, which I think a few of our speakers previously in the day had also been participating in. And it was 2 seasons ago that I actually entered in a game called Break It Up a Notch, and come 2 years later to today, this summer, and it was actually signed and released as a published game, rebranded as Breakdancing Meeples and published by Atlas Games. So I have to attribute the board game design community as a large part of how this game even came into being, starting with, those few years ago when I first entered the Cudo Plays competition. And for me, that is what kind of the industry is all about: play, design, and creating memorable experiences that you can share with others. In this current time, it's a little bit more difficult, but thankfully we have different resources available that allow us to still be playing games together. And I find that having a community, whether it is a close-knit band of people or maybe my secret goal, the entire world, it will all be worth it and get you even further ahead, farther along in your process than you might even be able to only by yourself. When we look at communities, there are a few different types. We have, like the local one that you are probably within the first degree of, we'll say. This could be as simple as your neighborhood, even smaller than that. Just again, some few close people that you are playtesting your games with internally, or outside of that, another hobby that you might have, including film or books, reading, and so many other ways to just grow and foster relationships with other people. I think that having a community certainly brings out the best in us, whether it is our passions, that ignite and are further enhanced or invoked by others, just trying to lift each other up so much. And that is where I have found myself to thrive as well. With the Cudo Plays competition, started in Champaign-Urbana. I think the community was at least 50 members strong there, between the fellow competitors and then kind of regular playtesters, the committee as well, and so on. And it was in that time that I also joined a few online communities. Just like there is probably a hobby or niche for anything, there's also a whole ton of flavors regarding the board game design community or board game playing community as well. And kind of going out a little bit and finding the one that resonates with you the most has been, again, kind of what's gotten me to where I am, and I'm so grateful for it. The one that I'm most frequently on is called the Board Game Design Lab Community Facebook group. A whole mouthful there. BGDL is the acronym. And what's great to me is that it allows for pretty much posting of any kind of question or share, kind of a little bit of promotion that you'd be interested in. And I like that because there are other groups as well who have a little bit more stricter rules, which is also totally fine if that's the slant that you want, if that's the angle that you're coming in at specifically. There are mechanics-based groups. There are groups about publishing questions, including things like manufacturing a board game, different costs for fulfillment, and different distributors to kind of contact and such. The entire scope of the board game design process, there is absolutely a community for it. And that is another part of community, like I said earlier, about being able to build each other up. You can ask questions in these safe spaces and learn from the mistakes of others, just kind of stand on the shoulders of other giants who have come before you. And that way you don't have to worry necessarily as much about falling a little bit flatter in those ways. For me, community has definitely grown a little bit larger than Champaign-Urbana, kind of starting out, at university there. And now I'm very happy to say through communities like BGDL and as Cudo Plays even continues to grow more and more, meeting people from outside the local areas, outside the states, and even outside the country, with our internet capabilities and opportunities, I've been able to befriend people from all over the globe, and it is just so much fun to be able to, though we may be different with cultures and nuances in language, there is a unison, a unity in board games, and the drive and passion, love of the hobby, really. And that is absolutely what has gotten me to stick around. I think it's great because we can just always share with each other, and we can always have hopefully something constructively supportive to say. Constructive criticism is my favorite kind. When you have a compliment sandwich, you tell somebody what you really like, something that you might be able to, or that you feel could be improved. And then another compliment to close out the night is how I try to go about it. And offering those feelings and emotions, shared experiences with people just brings everyone again closer and closer. I think that now, though I've maybe on a whim sort of sent a Facebook friend request to someone, I will eventually come to interact with them more and more. And thank you, algorithms, for doing so, but also building, that personal relationship, personal connection, and making it so that we hopefully, do become closer to being friends more and more as time goes on. Community is, for board game design, especially constructive, where, like I touched on, you can learn from the mistakes of others. I personally try to find a little bit of extra time when I can, offering advice or sort of at least what I've kind of gone through when relaying to a newer designer in as much detail as I can. I think because of this distance that we have through the screen, it can be very easy to simply leave kind of short and curt replies, which may not necessarily be intended as dismissive or anything like that, but you can never really tell with that extra degree of separation. And which is why I prefer, if I can, to spell out as many of my thoughts and ideas as possible. Again, in this digital age, when everything is about instant gratification, it can be very easy to let ourselves fall into that, I don't want to say trap, but comfort zone. And if you're able and willing, mostly able, to offer a little bit more than that, I think that absolutely shows through in the action of doing so. When it comes to, I had another excellent point I'd like to think about community is that, that's right, outside of games too, we continue to support each other. It's not like that's the only thing that we have in common, and we'll find out through chats, through conversations, through questions and answers that there are a couple other things that will tie us together. Like I said, film and books. Rock climbing, I feel like, is a really shared interest or common interest amongst gamers recently, which is great, and I wish I could be doing more of that. But with the communities online, that's right, there is so much opportunity to not have to do things on your own. And it's totally great to do so, but there's nothing wrong with asking for a little help from our friends and relying on others when we need it most, especially in these kind of trying times when things are very in the air and uncertain. It can be great to have a rock in someone that you know. For sure, I have kind of been recruited into a few different smaller groups of board game designers and playtesters, and right now, they are some of my closest friends as we talk daily, nearly, about what we're working on and just how things are treating us in these kind of unprecedented times. But I yes, have cast a wide net in terms of the communities that I am part of, and I think, if I may be so bold, that is a great approach to start out with. Just sample, taste test, a little bit of everything, and then find which places, which groups and communities are your favorites, and then just, stay in those for a lot of the time. For me, I am a big fan of a print-on-demand service called The Game Crafter, and I have loved being a part of their Facebook community as well. Facebook, or The Game Crafter Designer Discussion, which only started a few months back, maybe the beginning of this year, I think. and it's grown very, very well. And for a long time before that, kind of the main interactions was through their chat window on their website. And I myself couldn't really handle, I think, the amount of stimulation of the constant notifications, because again, their audience is from all over the globe as well. And to have a ping going at the corner of my screen all the time kind of threw me off a little bit. So I'm glad that they've also spread out or shared their own community in a different way for others to accommodate them, per their needs and such. And that is why communities are so great, because I think the established ones will kind of go on without you, which doesn't sound great right now, but I mean to say, if you ever need to take a mental break or a little bit of time off, from something that you're up to, you can absolutely do so and come back just as welcome, I hope, as you were before you left. And that's the human connection and value of community for me that I found, is that I have people who I can go to, with certain problems and things, design or not even, and just share and know that I have a backing a little bit. And it's nice to have somebody who has your back, or a few people. The communities in board game design are especially friendly. I should also probably have preceded this entire talk by saying the board game design industry and board game industry as a whole is so friendly, and I think counter to a lot of others' expectations when it comes to industry culture in general. Because board games are such a small and growing place, most of the time the competition is merely friendly, and things are so connected that if an issue were to arise, it doesn't take long for that news to kind of spread. So in that way, if you're working on a design of your own and you're afraid that someone's going to steal it, I assure you that the probably best thing that you can do is actually share it yourself. Be active and bring it to the world, so that the more attention that it gets and the more people in the community who become aware of it can fall back to it in case something else that is suspicious arises, and say, oh no, it was X person who actually had been working on this first. I'll go off on a little bit of a tangent and say that in board games, if you happen to have the same idea as someone, it's generally not a problem, because there are so many different ways to design a game with a similar theme or premise, that by the end of it, it's very likely that you'll end up with a different project than what your kind of rival is working on. The other thing too is that if your concern is that someone will steal your idea, the ideas are the easy part, and it's the implementation and execution is a really good word that takes the longest amount of time. So though someone may be inspired, it's not usually the case that they will be able to rip your idea or rebuild your idea exactly the way that you have, because just like with any other design, it is not a linear process by any means, very iterative. And I myself am finding myself going back and forth between two different ideas that I've seen before because of the different stages in development that I'm finding myself in with the game, where something that wasn't so relevant before now is maybe a little bit more appropriate. And that's what the community can help you figure out as well. If you need to vent and express a little bit of frustration or not knowing where to go from here, dropping in the question to the community and seeing what their thoughts are is absolutely a great way to help navigate and hopefully guide you to the right track for you and your design. I've mentioned Facebook as a great community, but the Twitter universe is also great for board games. And I know that, at least with the culture of the industry, that so many designers are willing to answer your questions if you have them. It's not, I don't think, as much of a barrier to entry as tweeting at your favorite celebrity, but I myself am not on Twitter, so I can't quite speak to that just yet. There are other kinds of networks and databases like Board Game Geek, where designers, players, publishers from all over will also be asking each other questions about rules clarifications and getting answers back, ask me anythings, contests and raffles, so many ways that you can get involved, if not as a leader, then just as a member and participant. There's nothing wrong with that either. And hopefully, yeah, my main takeaway is that we can find something that's right for you, if that is okay. Yeah, just, you don't have to put any more effort in than you feel. And that is my pretty much, yeah, favorite part about community as a whole, is that you will hopefully, yeah, be gravitating towards people who you would gel with anyway. And so keep them close, and be thankful for the communities that have gotten you to that point. But as far as I can tell, yeah, just make some friends, make some connections, and just be happy, hopefully, with where you are. And if you're not, well, reach out to me. Yeah. Again, on Facebook, I'm Ben Moy, parentheses, Men Boy. It's a bit of an inside joke there. And send me a Facebook message, and we can talk. You can send me an email at Benjamin W. Moy, BenjaminWmoy @gmail.com, and we can talk about design too, or whatever else is on your mind. Really, I'm just happy to hopefully give back as much as I can, and with any luck, you'll also find that many communities are the same way. So to kind of wrap up here, not just with board game design, but any community as a whole, as a social species, I think that humans absolutely enjoy interaction, and very much, yeah, in times of isolation, it hopefully doesn't take too much for you to reach out a little bit. And hopefully you can, yeah, whether reach out to a new group that is one that you are not yet part of, or to reach out to someone who you haven't talked to in a little bit, brighten each other's days, and continue to be a very community-driven world. Thank you. Yeah, I think what I'd like to do at this point is start with some questions. So please, yeah, let's feel free to read some out, and I'll answer them to the best of my ability in the time that we have left.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ben, for sharing your insights. I really appreciate that you're practicing what you preach and trying to sow the community even through this. That's really cool. We have a question from Joshua on YouTube. You talked a little bit about people being afraid of their ideas being stolen, and that's not exactly really a problem within the board game industry. Have you ever found you were designing something similar to someone else?
That's a really awesome question. Yeah, thank you, Josh, and thank you, Katie, for reading it. In fact, I'll go ahead and pull this out one more time. Breakdancing Meeples, I had been showing off to a few friends in its prototype stage. This was shortly after or during the Cudo Plays competition that I entered it in. And as a few of my friends, yeah, had kind of picked that up. When posts came up about similar ideas sprouting, they kind of alerted me to it and were saying, oh no, is everything going to be okay? And at least for me, I thought so. I was totally fine with it. And I want to share, yeah, that creativity with others. I hope that the people who kind of, yeah, dropped all of their game pieces and thought, oh, that's kind of a cool idea, had the same moment, the same spark that will have stemmed or encouraged them to move forward with it. If they have not, then maybe they'll have seen this game, and if they have moved forward with it, I would love to see it as well. So that's just it. Is there's so much going on in this community and the world at large that we can't really know exactly everything, can we? And Josh, I would say that yes, it has absolutely happened to me. In the same way, but from the reverse. I was designing a game about a dinosaur park escape, a little bit inspired by titles like Dinosaur Island and Dinogenics. And then Target and Ravensburger releases their game Jurassic Park Danger like the week after I started, and I had to just check it out and see for myself if it was more or less what I was working at. The answer was yes, and so I kind of shelved the design for now, but having started it means that I have a foundation for maybe something else, another design instead, and just having that practice as an exercise, I think, is totally worth speaking on. And I can share this experience, then this story, with community members who are new and are concerned with it. So in so many ways, I think it is just a self-fulfilling kind of industry and hobby. Yeah. So no worries whatsoever. I'm not bitter at all. I could not control that someone else had a very similar idea to myself. And I'm just happy, yeah, that they found success with it.
Right on. Always looking for those silver linings. I have a question from Tom. You painted a very rosy picture of the industry, but could you talk about a negative interaction you had and how you made it better? And of course, you don't have to mention names and stuff. And yeah, that's from Tom on YouTube.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you, Tom. Let's see. Most recently, I wouldn't say that I've had a direct negative interaction, but there have been a few things, yeah, going on with the world about social justices and maybe words not being spoken that could have been, or kind of questioning people's intentions. And the way, I hate to say, is like this is a really hard one. Yeah. I have been in quiet support, and I think really what should have been done on my end is to be a lot more vocal about such things. I try not to drudge up, problems, and I hope that people, yeah, can grow from where they have been, having gained so much more knowledge about the world and about issues and whatnot. But to make it better, I mean, I don't want to say that it's just time. We can't only wait, but action does need to be taken. And I think for me, I played as much of a role as I was comfortable with in supporting charities and such that were very much involved and rooted in those causes. And that was my way of giving back. But I'd like to think that being outspoken is very much an important thing, so that those who are maybe victims can know that there are people who are on their side and have their backs, like I touched on previously. One thing that I also forgot to mention in the talk is community. The way that I've kind of immersed myself in it is by reacting to posts. It's so easy to read something on the internet and not react or not let somebody know that you've seen it, but I kind of thrive maybe a bit too much on reactions and letting people know that I see them. So Facebook has a slurry, yeah, of different types of reactions to let people know that you are kind of, yeah, aware of what they're saying and agree with it, or are very much in favor of it. And leaving comments, that's right, as we kind of touched on before, can be another great way to vocalize your agreement with them. So I'd like to think that trying to, yeah, turn it around that way as a silver lining is a great thing, because so much of the screen and the internet world that we live in is anonymous. But being able to put your full support into things is also very powerful.
Right on. We have another question from YouTube. Let's see. Community is vital for a designer, obviously, but getting lots of different feedback on a game can be stressful. So how do you, as a designer with a huge network, decide which feedback to incorporate?
Oh my, very biasedly. No. So I think for game design specifically, the best way to sift through feedback is, just as I mentioned before about finding different communities, is by taking all of it, receiving all of it, and thanking everyone for providing it to you and their time for playing your maybe rudimentary prototype at the time in development. But then the next step, I would say, is to think about the audience that you're designing for, who you want to be playing your game, and then let's see, picking the best pieces of feedback that you feel would apply to them. Just as community can be very, very large, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a super loyal community either. Numbers are very important and very, what's the word I'm looking for? Not showy, but impressive, can be very impressive with YouTube channels and such. But if you don't have an active community who is engaged, then those numbers kind of just turn to dust and wisp away. We kind of see that, yeah, with a lot of Kickstarter creators for the first time who have created email lists of 200, 300, 400 people, and only a small percentage of them will come and fully back your project or your game. And that is, I think, who you, really actually want to be appealing to when you're asking these questions and when you are writing posts and sharing promotions and all that sort of thing, because the other 90% are not going to really be there. They are a little bit more of the passive sort of support. But if you are able to create a loyal following, then that is who will absolutely help you. So yes, long-winded answer. First part was the target audience. And then the second part is the target experience that you want, I think, to provide to your players also. Just because a designer who may have a few more titles under their belt than you says that you should try something, I would say to take it with a grain of salt, because they may not necessarily be thinking of the same audience again that you are, or the same experience. Generally, they are kind of onto something, I would say, but really you want to listen to not exactly the words that they're saying, but the problem that they're communicating with those words. You have to dig a little bit deeper through their notes about why they feel this way and why they want something to change. If this card is unbalanced, which you might see as a Facebook comment, again, one of those very quick and easy comments, it's not entirely helpful. But if you can probe a little bit deeper and ask them, was it the cost for the effect? Was it just the power in general? All these sorts of things can then tie into, oh, actually, maybe it's the economy that has a problem in the game. And so instead of changing that specific card, you can take a broader overhead view at the full system and see what could be addressed there. So those, are kind of my top two. And I realize, that we're running out here. So thank you, YouTube. Are there any other questions, Katie, that I can answer before we finish off?
All we have time for, but you can always engage with the YouTube chat stream. So we'll see you on there. And of course, there's the Cudo Plays Discord after party after all this.
Perfect.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights, Ben.
You bet, Katie. Thank you, Playful by Design. And talk later.
we live? We're live. Hi, everyone. Welcome. My name is Tom. I'm part of Cudo Plays. This is going to be our design chat wrap up for our game jam. Just to give people a little bit of context here, Cudo Plays, the local board game design competition in Champaign-Urbana. Obviously couldn't do our usual in-person board game events due to the pandemic, so we tried this little thing we're calling the Cudo Plays Tabletop Game Jam 2020, which was meant to be kind of a hybrid physical virtual. All of our events would be virtual, but the game designers designing games could create their games physically if they wanted. We had a specific set of game components that everyone had to use for the jam. And these were components that could easily be used by designers at home creating their game, or people on Tabletop Simulator or other different platforms to create their games virtually. And creators had just over a month to create their games. And we have a number of the designers here to talk a little bit about how this process went and what their designs, how their designs went. And I think we have few enough people here that we can go and if you could give just a short introduction to yourself and a little 20-30 second intro about your game, and then we can move from there. So starting with Andrew Stangley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
I had a microphone hooked up and it decided to stop working as soon as I logged into Zoom. So I was just messing with sound. Anyway, the game that me and Molly Cooper did was called Moon Over Parma. It is about Dracula taking up residence in the greater Cleveland area, and you have to find his lair before the sun goes up, or before the sun goes down, rather, before the moon goes up.
Sweet. Charles Strelo.
Hi. So I'm a townie, Urbana native. I participated in Cudo Plays in seasons 4 and 5. And for the game jam, I made a worker placement game. And one of my goals was to try and use as many of the components as possible. I believe I used all of them in the final version of the game. And the deck of playing cards are used to represent actions similar to those you would take in games like Agricola or Lords of Waterdeep, worker placement style games like that. All of the different suits in a bicycle deck were given different sort of categories of actions that they could do. One drew cards, one put cards in play, one removed cards from play, and 2 of the other ones were used in unique ways to generate victory points. And the game is played, well, theoretically, played over 4 rounds using the D4 to count the rounds. And the player at the end who has the most points is the winner. It was a lot of fun to work on. I kind of had some ideas the first evening that I had the supplies. I was hanging out with my quarantine pod and just sort of fooling around with all the stuff that came in the bag. I got some really interesting ideas from some of my friends that don't play too many board games. But then by the end of the night, I was having a pretty serious conversation with 2 of my regular gaming friends. And we thought it would be really cool to try and use the cards in a deck as actions that you can place workers on. And that was my starting point. I gave myself some constraints and hammered out rules over a couple days, and then did 5 or 6 rounds of playtesting and had something I was pretty satisfied with by the turn-in.
Sweet. Vince?
Hello, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm Vince Lupo. I participated in the 2019 Cudo Plays, and then I moved to Florida, and then the pandemic happened, and in some ways, it's kind of nice that I was able to participate in a digital Cudo. So, well, you know, there's a lot of bad things about the pandemic anyhow. My game is Henchman. I came up with sort of 2 game designs. The other one is Turf Lizards, but the one I submitted is called Henchman. And it's like a hero game or a spy game. You're in a the underground layer of a secret evil boss, and you're fighting all its henchmen. And I just used I used the cards as a map, and I used the rest of the cards as a spawning mechanism for the henchman cubes. And I used 3 of the dice, and then you basically just move your tile heroes around using your special powers and try to beat all the henchmen. That's it.
BJ Gailey, tell us about yourself and your game.
What's up? I'm BJ Gailey. I teach at U of I, and I was been involved in Cudo for the past number of seasons. I actually ended up submitting 2 designs. One was called Tale of the Queen, which was my attempt to make an adventure game with a solo adventure game with those components, using the pips on the cards as landscape, essentially. And then I submitted another one called Pyramid Scheme, which is basically just Prisoner's Dilemma with a lot more like whining.
Oh, good. My favorite thing in a game, the whining. And Ben Moy, can you introduce yourself for anyone who is just joining us right now and didn't see your talk mere minutes ago?
I am not here, Tom.
Oh. You're just listening in? That's fine.
Indeed. I will see you later. I love all of you all, though. Thank you.
Hi, Ben.
We love you too, Ben. Okay. Let's jump right into, I have some questions. Hopefully we can get some discussion going. Yeah, so for all of you, did you use physical components and play your games physically, or did you play in Tabletop Simulator? Was virtual playtesting a new experience for you? Anyone who wants to start can jump right in.
I did both.
Mm-hmm.
And it was my first time using Tabletop Simulator, but I had used the free Tabletopia a number of times during quarantine.
I used both as well. I think I started, the first version was with the physical components. I have game design component bin, like it's huge, and just sort of, used all that to get something that was very similar to the physical components. And then I played a bunch on tabletop virtually as well, with and without other people.
For ours, we did it all physically instead of virtually, because basically we mostly only used a deck of cards and dice at first, and then we got rid of the dice and it was all deck of cards. And since the game was a solo game, it was pretty easy to just do it here instead of trying to put it into Tabletop Simulator first.
Yeah, same. Because I was doing a solo game as my first design, it just made sense to work physically. So,
great. And then the next question I love to ask designers is, what was your biggest challenge throughout this process when creating your game or games?
Decks of cards have a lot of varied values.
Mm-hmm.
In some ways, a lot more than a regular card game. So you have to sort of figure out how to restrain the values. That was
how did you do that in your game?
Let's see. Well, half of them are face down. And then I use values 1 through 5, basically for the face-up ones, and really just values 1 through 4, and the 2 jokers. And then I basically just have the monsters, the henchmen, only come out in those values. So either 1, 2, 3, or 4 at a time with 2 other cards. But yeah, that's it.
Cool.
Yeah, I also dealt with an issue of randomness being a problem, and I just kind of left it in. That kind of made the game feel more like a traditional bicycle game, a casino gambling game, or something you would play around the table with just the deck. And I mean, you're playing by the luck of the draw there, and your strategy is always going to be crafted uniquely in that situation, in that game, around whatever comes up. And so I got a lot of notes from most of my playtesters about how, oh, that ace came out in the very first row, or, you know, oh, my opening hand was all 3s and 4s. And you know, I envisioned a game that would play fast enough and be fun enough that you would want to play it a lot, and you would get over bad draws and bad beats. It's a pretty heady game though, so I don't really know if it plays fast enough to, you know, play multiple playthroughs in one session. But
right. Well, that's part of the reason you go over 4 rounds, right? But you kind of alluded to you don't even always finish that much game.
Yes.
In a play test, right? So it is a problem.
Also, the digital environment was challenging for just explaining how to play your game and what was going on. I'm sure I could get better at dragging things around with the cursor, and maybe it would be easier to explain to people just with audio and video what was going on. But whenever I play tested with people in real life, or in people that were present with me while playing, it was much easier to get ideas flowing about what was going on and to get people really understanding the strategy and pushing the game forward. And I always had playtests complete in under an hour when I did them physically, versus usually running up to 90 minutes without being able to complete a game when I was trying to teach people through tabletop and then play through 4 full rounds.
Wow. Yeah, rough. BJ or Andrew, challenges?
The biggest thing for us is when we design games, it's usually about the theme first and the mechanics second. And so when you're doing a game jam with here are the components, you can't make anything new to them. You kind of you got to try to figure out some way to work that in anyway. So like you got a deck of cards, it's a deck of cards. Everybody knows what it is. You can't replace 52 cards with another set of 52 that have text on them that explains stuff. And we didn't want a table that you had to look up. This is what each card does, because then it's no fun and nobody will ever get through it. So for us, it was like, well, 2 through 10, or I guess ace through 10 are, the numbers 1 through 10. That can just be kind of generic placeholder stuff for, at least for the game jam. Maybe if we do something with it later, we'll replace them with actual cards. But for now, they're just numbers is all that really matters there. But then to mix things up, the face cards have, different pictures on them that look like people. So we're like, okay, these will be actual, people that you encounter in the game, and they can do different things based on then what suit they are. So we kind of had to identify recognizable things that would instantly seem different, even if they're, functionally still the same. It's an 11 or it's a jack, whichever one you want to call it. But in this case, we're like, well, they're all a certain type. You can remember just the face cards do this, everything else is the same.
BJ, did you have a challenge?
I mean, I set challenges for myself for the design. Like I was like Andrew, I was like, how can I make a thematic game using these components? And unfortunately, I never really found a way to link the mechanics to the theme necessarily. So the theme was sort of like a thick layer of frosting I put on in the rules, But I do think anytime you're working with like cards and dice, you do have to find a way to be like, you don't just always want the highest number. If you always want the highest number, then somebody's screwed, because they're going to get a hand of 3s. So it was a challenge.
Somebody's screwed, or that game has been made before.
Oh yeah, exactly. Right.
Hundreds of years ago. Yeah.
Right. So finding positive things to do with low numbers that still made sense was a challenge.
That was a struggle for me and my game also, and I know Charlie's game, which I played one version of. Awesome. I did have a question specifically for Vince and BJ, who both made solo games. That's not something I've ever done. Is it something you guys have done before? And can you talk a little bit about that process and how that's different from making a multiplayer game?
I guess I'll go. I haven't really designed a solo game before, but I've played a bunch of board games solo recently.
Makes sense.
Well, yeah, recently, but also before the pandemic as well. I enjoy solitaire board games, and even actually as a kid, my grandma taught me Klondike Solitaire with a regular deck of cards. So, I've always enjoyed the solo game aspect. As a design point of view, there are some benefits because, you can just play at any time. You can, especially if it's like digital, you just save your place and walk away.
Yep. You can get as many play tests in as you yourself can do. Yeah.
Yeah, there's that benefit. Doesn't really help with the loneliness aspect, I guess. That it gives you something to do. That's one of the reasons that you play a game, right? Is something to do and something fun and something puzzly. As for my game, it could sort of adapt to co-op, but I prefer it as a solo game. And my goal with a solo game is to have something that is something that is beatable, right? Is if you just figure out how to beat it. Like there's enough randomness, but also enough not randomness, skill and luck that you can figure out how to beat it. And I realized later, like the way I designed my game, you can actually lay out the cards the way they came out again. If you want to see, if I had tried a different thing, could I have beat the game? So that's an interesting aspect.
That's cool. That's not always possible.
Yeah. So that's it.
In to let you know that we have about 4 minutes, and we have another participant with us too. So, Tom, if you want to ask him the initial questions.
Sure. Hi there, Aaron. If you want to briefly introduce yourself and tell us the game you made for the Game Jam, and just a little bit about that.
And Aaron, you do appear to be muted. Having trouble hearing you if you're talking.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Can you hear me fine? Can you hear me okay?
We're still having a little trouble hearing you, I think, Aaron.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, sorry. Wrong microphone I was talking into. All right. So my game I made was Market Garden. I was aiming for a game that was more of a Euro game.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I kind of achieved that. And as other people have already stated, when you have a deck of cards, it really is difficult to do a whole lot with the deck of cards. When you have your standard numbers and face cards, you can't really give a player a big list of, let's say, abilities that you can give every single card. That can get very overwhelming.
Yeah.
So one thing we decided early on is, well, since there's less face cards, let's go with that. And so we changed up all the face cards to, instead of being actual values, to instead give them abilities. So 12 different abilities. We wanted more, but we decided to go with that. And so our game, it started off very complicated, and I can't remember exactly where it changed, but we decided to eventually just make it go from 1, which was our ace, all the way up to 10. And all you do is you just stack numbers on top of other numbers of the same suit.
Mm-hmm.
So you're essentially starting with a low number of a spade, ace, or a spade, diamond, heart, and then you just build it up until you feel comfortable with that number, how many cards you have on top of it. From there, you then have to roll a dice and hope to get that actual value. We feel like the rounds in our game gave us a countdown timer to where you don't want to be stacking cards too long, and we tried to make it almost feel like you're making a garden and planting and harvesting throughout the year because you have that sort of countdown timer.
Cool. Well, it looks like we have a question from the YouTube chat, which some of you can hopefully answer. With everyone using mostly physical parts, but some of you doing digital playtesting as well, are there any advantages to digital design and or digital playtesting?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You found?
More opportunities to playtest. It's just so much easier when people can do it from the remote convenience of your home or office or mobile. I mean, depending on what app you're using.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That seems to be the primary motivator for digital. I can still knock up a prototype on paper faster than I probably could in Tabletopia, but then I'd have to find people to play it. Where am I going to find that?
Anyone else?
Games that have shuffling, a lot of shuffling, you have a digital advantage for sure.
Yeah, that's actually why I played the game Ascension first on the iPad version, and now I can't play it physically because it is just a clumsy pain in my butt, and I feel that way about a lot of deck building games. But yeah, and Charlie and anyone else who tried both Tabletopia and Tabletop Simulator, do you have any thoughts about the differences between those and pros and cons?
I actually didn't use Tabletopia for the game jam. I attempted to, and then it was too much extra legwork to get all the bits together.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was easy to get Tabletop Simulator, wasn't a problem, and everything was loaded in right there. So that was just a faster solution for him to use. I have used Tabletopia in the past, and I think I don't know, everything I played in Tabletopia was like a real game, not my own playtest design. So I have a bias towards that because the experiences were all more rewarding because it was just digital versions of games I play on the tabletop all the time, and I was playing with my friends versus trying to teach sometimes friends, sometimes strangers something that I was in the process of making up. So, there's bias towards Tabletopia for some reasons there, but Tabletopia is my preference.
Cool. And we're almost out of time, but I did want to ask, are any of you hoping to continue any of your game jam designs past the jam and possibly including, the jam's over now, so you can add in whatever wacky components you want and continue this design. So are any of you hoping to continue work on any of these games?
Yes.
Good, concise answer.
Both Henchmen and Turf Lizards. I didn't submit Turf Lizards because I feel like it needed more playtesting. Henchmen, I made it and it's just sort of gelled real easily into place. I do plan to continue them.
Sweet.
I do not plan to continue. It was a fun sprint to challenge myself to make something that was playable using all the components. And I got there and had a good time and learned some lessons about design and playtesting and writing rules.
We're always getting people to do that.
Yes, it's important.
Yeah, I'll probably continue working on mine a little bit, but mainly just replacing playing cards with things that thematically make sense and kind of obscure the fact that this started as just a 52 card deck.
Right.
And fix a couple of things that were problems in the rule book that I didn't catch at first. But after that, I don't know, maybe not.
we're planning to, with Market Garden, try to expand it a little bit more, and we're going to see where we can really go with it. And we're planning on taking it to a few game stores, seeing how other people, what they think. And if people really like it, then we might proceed further.
Cool. BJ, did you have anything?
Sure, who knows? I mean, I think the problem with both designs is like thinking down the line, if I was ever to market this, I'm like, I don't know how I would convince someone to buy this, right? Because it's just, as Andrew said, it's a deck of cards, right? Like, but you know, it's something fun to like post for free somewhere. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Uno has made a ton of money, and that's just crazy.
That is true. That is very true.
The space is out there. Well, it looks like we're at time. Thank you all for showing up and discussing your games.
Thank you for hosting a game jam. It was a blast.
Awesome. Yeah, and right after this, we're going to be on the Cudo Plays Discord, just hanging out and chatting and probably playing some games. So if any of these games sounded interesting to anyone listening, you can probably play some there. Also, all of the games are up on the itch.io page for the game jam, which is posted in the chat, and we will post immediately after this. And one final announcement of the winner of the raffle for all of the game jam participants will be announced tomorrow. And the winner will get a super sweet prize pack of games. So pay attention to our Facebook page for that, and we'll also be mentioning it in the Discord and on the itch.io page. So the winner had better be able to find out from all of those avenues. So thanks again, you all, and hope everyone had a great time today at the Playful by Design Symposium. Sweet.
Hey guys, I'm just popping up. If you haven't seen me throughout this event, we're still live here. My name is Alexis Kim. I'm the Symposium Committee Head for Playful by Design, and Tom's given you some pretty good announcements, but I just want to reiterate, we've got a lot of stuff and I want to make sure we get to it all. So while we are done with symposium talks, we are not totally done yet. So first we have multiple after hours events. Like he said, there is a Cudo Plays Discord after party. And we have not one, but multiple Illini Esports gameplay events tonight. So you can check those out on the Playful by Design event landing page that'll be shared in the chat and on a card right after we're done. You can find all this information out on the website, but you can find more information on both Playful by Design and Cudo Plays and Illini Esports through our social media. These are linked through the website, but check out our Facebooks and Twitters and now YouTube. We've got videos and we hope to be sharing some more with you. We're all around pretty much all year long. It's not just symposium time, so please do join us after this too. Finally, I just wanted to give a really big thank you to all of the presenters we've seen over the past 3 days, speakers, our organizers. We've got a great group of folks that have been working here and out there in the world, making sure the chat is good, things are running. Big thanks to them all, and to all of the viewers out there that are helping to support us in what we do. You've made this event what it is for the past 3 or so years for Playful by Design and Cudo Plays for the time that's been hosted, but it's time to prepare for our 4th year. So big thanks to you all. We really appreciate it. And I will see you soon.